Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Skyesports Championship 2025. My name is Lucifer and joining me on desk is Auzora. We were waiting for this and finally the curtains have been raised and we are back to bring you BGMI action.
It's gonna be a lot of action, Lucifer. Not gonna lie, it's one heck of an opportunity to go ahead and see all of these teams yet again perform. I mean, right after such a big event, now we are here yet again to go ahead and see who's gonna be that one team who has already achieved and they're setting their foots, backtracking it towards Path to Pro.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, especially with them already having a big journey, and now there's been a little bit of a hiccup here and there, changes coming through, but still standing tall and trusting their mettle of putting up a best performance is something that we are looking forward to. Hopefully it's going to do a brilliant job as of now, because yes, as we said, this is as we resume and open up the curtains back again, we are going to be starting off with the upper brackets, the lower brackets on the side. I'm pretty sure you were following our socials on Skyesports, where you were knowing in I think the broadcast group where they were updating about which team were getting their chicken dinners. Now again, to give you a quick short gist of what's happening, what the upper bracket and the lower bracket is. Upper bracket is where the top 8 teams directly head towards the grand finals. We will go to the format and there you will get a lot more idea about it, and if you have any doubts you can still check our socials. But Auzora, I want to ask you, as we resume this action, right, what are you looking forward to?
I'm actually looking for a lot of brutality, not gonna lie. It's gonna be a cutthroat action coming in, the way you can go ahead and strategize your deadly maneuvers alongside your DBS shots being on point, your shotgun, the close range action, all of that is gonna be massively giving you heavy rewards. And that's the thing about the rule, right? That's what we are all focused all about. Having the aggression game on point alongside getting all of those finish points as well. All of that is going to be very, very vital. But up next, we have the point system on how all of these teams are going to be biased moving forward.
The point system, I don't think anybody has doubts about it. It is as similar as what you've been seeing all throughout. The first position team, which is the chicken dinner team, winner, gets 10 points, and then coming in is going to be 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And the last who will be getting the points are the 7th and the 8th position team. Anybody from there on forward, from the 9 to the 16, get nothing, nada. In terms of their finishes, they do add on a point, but otherwise they have to be okay with getting nothing in terms of placement.
Oh, exactly. And that's what rings the bells of warning, right? And I'm just hoping that all of the teams are going to be super ready for all of the actions, upcoming ones. But talking about the participating team, it's going to be the upper bracket. We have True Rippers, we have VASISTA Esports, and we have even the Cincinnati kids as well. Well, IQOO, Hero Extreme Godlike, Wild Fangs. We have LE as well alongside Team Venom. So I'm super excited to go ahead and see all of these teams go ahead toe-to-toe and showcase once again what they're actually made up of.
I hands down agree. I think this is an opportunity for all teams as they turn around their cards to put up a big performance and especially get one step closer towards the grand finals, right? These are the first set of 8 teams that we are seeing. Adding on to the next set of 8 is going to be IQOOSOUL, Inferno Squad, God's Reign Forever, and we do have LEFP, BLITZ, AUTOBOTZ, and MM.
Well, all of these teams, they are going to be showcasing a lot of individual prowls. Not going to lie about that. The action is going to look very cutthroat. Moreover, all of these 16 teams, my oh my, it's just a cherry on the top to look at all of them participating in the upper bracket. And that's the thing about being in the upper bracket, right? You have the leeway. It so depends that even if you play bad, it's all right, you still have the second chance, but that's not the same thing whenever it comes to the lower bracket. So upper bracket teams are super blessed and it's all about showcasing their actions. Moreover, talking about the match schedule, it's right in front of us. We have Erangel coming in first, then Miramar, then comes Sanhok, and then Erangel yet again, Miramar, and then Erangel to end things off with. So the common pattern that I see here, Sam, is that if you are really good at Erangel, then you can actually go ahead and get multiple points in day one itself.
Yeah, I think as we talk about Erangel, right, it's been a standalone, standard pick for everybody. It has to work out for teams, but hey, it is Erangel at the end of the day. There are a lot more possibilities to explore, irrespective that the map remains the same. It's about the playstyle that teams start exploring, and also roster change here and there do kind of amp up the players as well as teams playing format. But we will wait and watch of how it kind of rattles here in our day one of performance of the upper bracket, because as we said, today is when the curtains open up. Today is when we actually see all of them in action. Today is when the top 16 teams in the upper bracket try and put their best foot forward from day one to see if they have a chance to head towards the grand final before they head towards the last chance qualifier. So we're wondering what LCQ or last chance qualifier I mentioned about. The teams who are simultaneously playing the lower bracket, top 8 from that will move to the LCQ. However, the second chance, because the teams are there in the upper bracket, whoever ends up in the bottom 8 move towards the LCQ. And therefore, those 16 teams later down after our upper bracket matches will fight again. And from there on, we will have our top 8 to finalize the grand final top 16 teams. Now, who they are, still a question. Who the lower bracket teams are going to head to the LCQ, still a question. All will be answered as we progress, so stay tuned. Do follow our socials as well at the same time, and that's where you will get a lot more idea of what's going to be happening today. What else on the hindsight did you miss in action for the lower bracket? But today is when I'm excited to see what these 16 teams do. Now, yes, we've seen their performances in other tournaments, but now it comes down to the Skyesports Championship 2025. They have to put up their best foot forward, especially with a couple of teams having slight nudges and changes in their playing roster. Azora, I think it is going to be their testament to their testing grounds today as they put up their first matchup.
But not only that, they have to fill in a lot of shoes, a lot of gaps. The place where the assaulter fails down, you need to have the perfect support as well. And all of that kept in sync. I'm just hoping that all of these teams are like prepared for the action coming forth. I mean, I do understand there are a lot of roster shuffles coming here and there, and we all keep assessing and analyzing the entire situation. But at the end of the day, it's all about the performance. It's all about getting the results. And I'm hoping that all of this roster change will give the desired result that the team is looking forward to. So yeah, I'm pretty excited alongside stoked as well, looking at the way all the teams are like, you know, we are ready for this battle. Back to back, they're performing, they're playing every single tournament, whatever comes into their hands. And especially when you talk about Skyesports Championship 2025, it's not about being just a rookie team. It's not about being just the best team. It's path to pro. So you need to showcase every single thing in your arsenal, whether it be a M4, whether it be a DBS, every single thing needs to buzz at this point of time.
Yeah, I think we are at a position where teams have to make their mark. Now, I think after seeing the biggest of tournaments and they're fighting out in that nature, we've also seen certain teams not able to step up with their mark, right? So this is where as their path to pro strikes today and they have to start making their mark. If they don't, it is going to be trouble for them, because yes, we talk about them proving their mettle, proving their performances, and today is where they have to start things off. Now, we've seen certain teams do start off strong. Now, also an advantage for the upper bracket teams here, Azora, is going to be they have that safety net. They still manage to make their chance into the grand finals, irrespective they lose in the upper bracket, as they tend to go towards the LCQ. Now, that's a story for another time if and when the teams go towards the LCQ. However, when we talk about starting off strong, especially with a lot of changes, as we did speak about, I think this is going to be the matchup here in Skyesports Championship, where teams will finally understand if that lineup, if that playing four actually has synergy, or do they need to make further more changes here, Azora?
Exactly. It all comes down to that nit-grits of the entire action, the chemistry, the coordination, the way you can go ahead and slam in. And if you're slamming in, at least you're getting the maximum finish points, rather than just running back and saying that, you know what, let's call in quits. We're not going to fight because we've already lost 2 comrades. So no, that doesn't work out here. You need to have that 100% mindset in order to go ahead and execute. If at all you execute it well, then yes, you get some really good finish points. But other than that, if you want to play for positions, that also is open for you. So it's all about the strategy alongside the synergy. So I'm hoping that the teams, you know, they have every single set. I'm not going to say that since game 1 they need to start performing, because you never know what kind of aggressive stance the other team is going to be holding currently with the entire situation, the rule being implemented in the gameplay. So it's going to be a tad bit slow at the beginning, but then later on it's going to catch its own pace. Miramar, at one point of time, whenever we see the action is way too slow, but this time around, I believe that there's going to be a lot of sniper action coming in, alongside teams just smashing their way through, saying FBI open up the door and just slamming in, getting all of those finish points. So I'm just hoping that all the teams are prepared for this action, but for that they need to understand, assess, and reevaluate whatever mistakes they're doing. So it's about the mindset at the end of the day, Lucy.
Yeah, I think for a lot of teams right now, the mindset is about putting up their best foot forward, right? As we said, the curtain is being unveiled. It's also their team's performance being showcased on the platform where now everybody is watching, having expectations, especially the fan favorite teams, right? Once they start getting closer towards the grand finals, looking forward to the trophy, their fans want that trophy to be lifted. Now, they have another chance. There's another tournament. This is where they have to perform. And they will be rooting for them from day one. And today is the upper bracket playoffs day one, so they have to put their best foot forward. However, our underdogs or our undergods who have been performing really well in the recent times are surely going to throw a wrench in the works of their opponents, their fan favorite teams, to try and rake up their own audiences who are going to support them through the journey. Now, whether it starts here in the upper bracket or they're going to change things up in the finals, because in terms of the format, you would already see in the finals is going to be a two-day format format finals, where we end up seeing two different rules being applied. It is very interesting. If you've not yet checked it out, I'm not going to give you the hint right at the get-go. We will try to break it down maybe later today or maybe in the next upcoming few days. But if you want to get it right now in terms of the information, do check out our socials on Instagram. That's where you'll find the new rule, which is going to be only for the finals. You will see what takes place, how the teams could maybe manage to win. But for now, it's our teams managing to make their way to the finals. I'm a little kind of worried in terms of how we have our 16 teams, right? We have True Rippers, the Team Jelly lineup. It's very interesting. They are really good so far in terms of the maps that I've observed. Erangel is their work do map. They find a lot of points, they're good on it, and this should be a good start as we see True Rippers performing. And VASISTA Esports with their new label, they're coming in with the new banner that they're going to be playing. That is going to be the Hector lineup that we are going to be seeing. Now, yes, a powerful lineup in terms of fights when they put up, but they have had changes, quite few changes. Goblin is not there, Neo is not there. Now Hector with a new set of players. How it is going to be managing under VASISTA Esports is also going to be a limelight that everybody is looking forward to. Cincinnati kids, after recent Aditya not being a part of it, now we are going to be looking at another face of how Cincinnati kids are going to look like, Azora.
Well, indeed. In all of that, there's one thing which is to be notified. That's the aggression, the amount of aggression that this team can go ahead and bring on the table now. We all understand that the way True Rippers perform, the way Team VASISTA performs, they're really good wherever it comes to Erangel. That we definitely get. But whenever it comes to the peer pressure situation, how well can they manage the entire economy? That's the question now. How well they can perform. It all depends upon this. So the upper bracket, I believe that teams are here to go ahead and absolutely showcase a dominating performance. But for need to even understand how well they can assess and analyze what the opponents are doing. If the opponents are doing something better, then you have 3 tries in the map of Erangel to go ahead and showcase your own kind of performance. But whenever it comes to Miramar, you just have 2, and alongside Sanhok, well, if you want to play Doctor, you can do that too. But if you want to go ahead and perform downright, just dominate, then that's the perfect map to even go ahead and get that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, as of now, I mean, in terms of how we've seen teams' performances, I think a lot has changed over the time. And after I was even resuming, I think there's been a lot more progress in terms of them going in for duels. Whereas you rightfully mentioned, yes, teams would like to kind of fight and play for the survival game, which is rather tended off to be not the right path, because a lot of teams do manage to make it to the grand finals, but then the story is completely different. They know your games, they know your plays, they're eventually going to find you, and that has happened a lot of these times whenever we see any grand finals up in front of our screens. Now, when we talk about this specific grand finals that we will be unveiling of the top 16 teams from the upper bracket, who is that? Now, teams are looking good. Our expectation is how they're going to be performing on the first matchup here on Erangel. Yes, a lot of thoughts with, as we spoke about, teams under new banners, teams under new labels, a little change here and there. How does that fare for them? Is this the workaround that they needed? Is this the final team that we're going to be seeing? Because I think as far as I see the BGMI, I would say roster shuffles that happen, it generally happens after every other big tournament, right? So right as now, we've seen if a player misses out, if there's something not working out in their favor, yes, we might end up seeing again a shuffle happening. But I'm pretty sure after seeing a lot of these shuffles, and now teams have picked and prodded their player that they would want in their lineup, it looks good. But hey, it always comes down to the team game. It always comes down to the synergy. Is that there? Is the question now, Zora.
You know, you rightfully mentioned one thing, that if you go for just position points, you might be in trouble. So here's the thing, since day one, what teams need to do is have that perfect balance of yin and yang. If you want the position points, you should get that too. Alongside, you need to get those finish points as well. Because having the firepower alongside the positional advantage, that will always give you the best result. Because they're just redirecting every single Zen mode of yours into one thing. So that will just help you out overall get the bigger picture. So I'm just hoping that teams are going to be set since the beginning. Because like you rightfully mentioned, if you head towards the finals, towards the grand finals, and there you don't perform, then we all know what happens. You crumble down with the pressure, and once that pressure surmounts, well, I do not know whether it's going to be 16th position or 15th position, but yeah, the pressure does that to you.
Yeah, I hands down agree to you on this. We've seen teams even being greater than ever and looking really good in terms of their performances. They've kind of found brilliant winner chicken dinners, but it happens so that teams eventually towards their qualification games are under so high pressure that it doesn't happen from the first game itself. They kind of get maybe wiped from somebody, a rotation clash, something or the other happens. They get eliminated. They're like, okay, we still have 4 more maps. We still have 5 more maps. And seems like the second map repeats the same story. However, the map's different, where the storyline is you barely get a finish or 2. When you go into the last 2 maps, then you see there's almost a difference of 15 to 20 points for qualification, where you're at the 17th position and the opponent is at the 16th position. Sometimes it's even happened that the point difference is just 2 or 3, but it's the last game to figure out whether you can get those 3 points. Now teams do manage to get those 3 points, but on the contrary, the same team that they're fighting with for that last position would not be fighting with them. They will be on the other side of the map, other spectrum of the map, fighting with somebody else, getting their own points. And once the final leaderboard scores up, it seems like the point difference still stands and the team gets eliminated, and that has happened to quite some fan favorite teams. And I'm not too sure we could say the same or different here in our championship, in our upper bracket playoffs day 1, because once we start, that's when we'll get to know the story of it. Yes, for all the viewers wondering, we will be starting shortly. Teams are joining in, players are joining in. The flight path in front of the screen should be coming up anytime soon. So this is the Skyesports Championship 2025. We're here to see the day 1 action. As we said, our 16 teams are ready. If you've just tuned in, just to give you a gist of who are the 16 teams, they're True Rippers, VASISTA Esports, Cincinnati Kid, IQOO Orangutan, Hero Extreme, Godlike, Wild Fangs, LIKHITA Esports, Team Venom, IQOOSOUL, Inferno Squad, God's Reign, Forever Esports, Learn From Past, BLITZ Esports, AUTOBOTZ Esports, and Gujarat Tigers. These are the 16 teams that you're going to be witnessing here on the day 1 action.
Well, true that. I'm super hyped for all of this, to be very honest, Lucifer. Like, I want to see the action coming forth. And all of these teams, well, what do they have in the inventory? Let's just go ahead and dive right in. The first flight is already set across the map of Erangel, and we are soon going to see how well all of these teams are going to perform now.
This is the first game of the upper brackets, playoffs day 1, and it is rather tempting to be a little bit of a diagonal flight path. We end up seeing it starting right above Yasnaya, just below Kameshki, and in between Hospital as well as Gatka. is where it ends now. This should be an even flight path for all the teams that we are seeing right as now. The 16 teams which I spoke about in front of your screens should not be a problem for anybody. We'll see how that fares once they drop, because Azora, we've always known, once you see a new matchup happening, right, if it is day one, you don't know where they're going to be dropping, irrespective that they dropped usually in their own spots. Today could be different.
Of course, it needs to be different. Now all of the teams is going ahead and planning their perfect route. Reaching towards Lipovka prison can be one of the best things. Stalber is one of the places where teams are not planning to even head towards, even though Stalber is one of the places which is like the highest point in this particular map. What we're talking about, military base, I don't think so any teams can reach there, but they can go towards the nitbrits of the area. They can head to Pochinki, they can head to Farm, Milta, and all of those places are still available. Quarry also can be one of the places. And I still remember there used to be one team who always heads over to Primorsk and then later on have their routes backtrack towards the center of the circle, and all of those situations, or I would say their strategies, used to work for the best. But now, talking about these current 16 teams, they have already headed towards their designed location and they've gotten their cars as well.
We do see a little bit of a cluster towards Rozhok, where we see even Orangutan there in the mix. But as we know, once the teams drop, they would want their vehicles, make a quick getaway to the drop spots in case somebody is chasing them, maybe to even retaliate. For now, I think we even spotted Lipovka, where Inferno squad, they were all alone. So for them, it should be a sweet looting time without much of a problem. And maybe later down the line, we'll get an idea if anybody is heading towards Lipovka once the circle also appears in front of us.
Indeed. School, one of the best places. I've seen multiple drop points coming in from multiple teams. They love to reach here, get their desired loot, and then from there on progress towards the individual fights that they want to go ahead and achieve. Because at this point of time, every single team is an open book, Lucy. Not gonna lie about that. They know where they drop exactly, and that's what the respect comes from. They're respecting their own drop locations, and they're heading there, they're getting their desired loot, and then from there on, they're gonna backtrack and see where exactly the opponents are gonna be at. So we're talking about IQOOSOUL, they're already here getting every single loot, and talking about Pochinki, well, we can see one team, which is Venom.
Which is gonna be LIKHITA ESPORTS.
Oh, sorry, LIKHITA,
yep. Pukar, Omega, Fierce, and Kioya. This is the lineup that we're going to be seeing, the new branded team of LIKHITA ESPORTS. Indeed. It is crucial. Pukar with his new lineup of players. Now Fierce, yes, he's been retained with Omega and Kioya, the new joinees that we're going to be seeing. I do expect, Kioya has become a household name in terms of fragging, in terms of that department, so he should be something very exciting to see on day one of our action. True Rippers also on the other end. We to see towards the shores that they are jelly. He is the IGL over the times, is being tested with grit and determination, and always has proven his just. So it is going to be eyes on him as well here on day one of how it plays out. And I was talking about this earlier as well, right? True Rippers, they have good conversion on Erangel. This is their map. This should be the one to start things off. Now, however, it's day one, so they would have to even understand how the other teams are playing. And we see another squad right now in front of screens. This is the new branded VASISTA Esports.
That's right, Hector. We have seen him every single time perform, but this time it's under a different banner. Let's see how well he can go ahead and strategize the entire team to get in moving and grooving alongside him. It's the support that he needs every single time, Lucy. The support that is required for every single IGL to go ahead and function and give the right amount of calls to make the game a bigger one. Getting finishes, which is going to be super vital whenever it comes down to the first game or the last game. And this is just day one. We're going to unravel a lot of things moving forward.
IQOO Orangutan towards Rozhok. We did speak about this, that there could have been a cluster, but it seems like all of them have separated. Let Orangutan make their own loot, not cause any disturbance right at the get-go. And you can see it's around the start of the game and 2 minutes are done, and we don't see any kind of clashes or even knocks coming through all the 16 teams and their 64 players without any bit of a tussle. However, the zone, it has started closing. We have 4 minutes on the clock. This is when teams need to keep an eye out for other teams making it close. But however, this is still the stage 1 of the game here at Azora. So it shouldn't be much of a problem for anybody. They will tend to do their loot if the circle is away from them, just like how we can see 57 meters is not much for IQOO Orangutan. When we talk about Hero Extreme Godlike, seems like they found their basic loot. They're making the rotation happen. We also see Z-God playing with the team today. However, it seems like Autobots as well as BLITZ might be the first 2 teams to head their horns and make a clash.
Finally, the most awaited time is right in front of us. And Meow Meow for now, just sitting around the corner without any tussle or bustle, holding the angle, waiting for the opponents to show up first. But who's going to be showing up in this party uninvited is the question now. I believe Team Autobots, they're all prepared for this one. Checking every single corner without even 2 thoughts, to be honest. And on the other end, BLITZ. It's going to be a very interesting fight there, Lucy. I'm hoping that they're all prepared for this one. They have those right amount of weapons. I can see a pump action shotgun as well. Can be a really good weapon of choice when it comes to close range. And we all know if you're going to be aggressive in this entire tournament, you'll be rewarded heavy with handsome points. So just the aggression is one of the things that we are not able to see. It's just like first few minutes already passing through and nobody has even for a second shot a single bullet.
Interesting. This is the game number 1 and it seems like teams are not worried about it. However, you can see the play zone, it is closing in. It hits BLITZ and right next to them were Autobots. However, they're also very far from the circle itself. They're 2000 meters away. They do have 2 minutes to enter. It is also, as I said, stage 1, so it's going to be only chip damage so they can boost themselves up. Keep this damage ongoing towards, I think, maybe stage 3 of the circle. Shouldn't be much of a trouble, but stage 3 is when it'll strike hard for them, meaning they will be hit pretty bad along with teams rotating and the play zone. So that catalytic damage of it being hit continuously could cause some trouble, but for now, safe and sound. Same goes for none other than our LIKHITA esports. Pochinki, they've made this a stronghold. They have been patrolling around and they've not seen any disturbances so far.
Nobody whatsoever. The rotations are coming in. Savani, one of the places where this entire team is heading towards. Hero Extreme Godlike. Jonathan, I would love to see if Jonathan will come into his form and be the absolute alpha, taking down multiple players. So I'm just hoping that all of that action can be unraveled real soon. But till now, we haven't seen or heard a single bullet be fired. 4 teams outside the circle. All right, now slowly the circle is trying to dominate them and tell them, you know what, it's about time that you guys can find your foothold towards the circle. If you want to stay safe, if you want chip damage, then go ahead. Mess with me.
Forever and learn from past. They might mess with each other. But for now, Lucifer providing cover fire. But
finally
Gokul finds the first Wild Fang Sensei. He's the first one to be knocked out, and this is a call. Gokul might just relay this to Manya, and it depends whether the whole troop decides from IQOOSOUL to take an action on Wild Fangs. This is an opportunity. This is the opening. This could be the action, and it seems like yes, it is. Manya, along with the others from IQOOSOUL, have rallied on this fight. Gokul still doing the damage, even though it was retaliated from the very long. But it seems like Knuckle, as the whole team and the squad was making its way safe, he finds him and safe knocks one of the players from IQOOSOUL.
Ooh, long range action coming forth. I don't think so they can go ahead and confirm this one just yet. So the saves are going to come right in. He's got to be patched up real soon. Knuckle, for now, he's already gotten a perfect safe getaway. And once he reaches to the perfect compound, well, IQOOSOUL, they're going to have their 4th man as well. But talking about the long range battles, we've always seen an amazing action coming forward. But confirmation is one of the parts where teams struggle. So you need to have that height advantage alongside a really good sniper who can scope it instantly and get that finish point whenever a person is knocked from the opponent's side. So yeah, I'm just hoping that all of these long range fights are soon going to be short ranged and and we all can enjoy that part. Now shots have been fired. It's just a response coming in from the likes of IQOOSOUL. Nothing more than that.
We did see a little bit of a damage on, I think, the fight between VASISTA as well as IQOO Orangutan.
They've gotten one finish point though.
In terms of opening, there it is. It seems like Hector's even found his praise on learn from past. That's an opportunity. True Rippers as well as Venom Gaming. They are close in the play zone. However, it's stage 2 as we spoke about until stage 3. I don't think it's much of a worry. But I really like how the boys from VASISTA Esports are closing in on learn from past.
No.
They do have shotguns to play with. They are also rallying up the nades behind, and they found their opening. They're outside the bunkers. This is an opportunity. They're out in the open. They find a vehicle, quickly trying to make their way, turn this tide away from them, dodge these bullets, and they've successfully done so.
Oh, they have dodged every single bullet of theirs, except for a few nit-grit damage that was there right across the table. But other than that, a really good getaway. Hector, even though he had the height advantage, he could not get much of a perfect situation at that point of time. But overall, it was a very well-round push coming in from VASISTA Esports. But it's just that they lacked one thing, which is determination. So hoping that the next time that they push forward towards one of the teams, they can completely confirm the entire one of them. But for now, yet again, the rallying is on. They're going to be heading forward, but there's a rotation coming in. True Rippers, look at them. They want to play it very safe.
Shouldn't be much of a trouble. This is what we spoke about True Rippers, right? They know this map really well, and especially the circle being right at the edges of the bridge. They know, and why they're playing this is they want to be smart. They do not want to have any mistakes happening.
Ooh, shots coming from all across. This is not a good... No. He gets him somehow. What a lovely spin. This is out of the box, unorthodox approach, and somehow he has managed to get that one finish point. And this is good. It's gonna definitely increase the team's morale. But the others, what are they doing? Team Blitz, they're stymied in one compound itself, and look at the patrolling cars coming right around the corner. Just trying to find in the location. On the other end, good shots with his M4, but unfortunately none of them connect. 3 players remaining. The dream of just going ahead and getting 4 finish points is far away. Good nade! And Altu, all of a sudden he has brought in that opening. This is going to be a perfect slam for the entire team to approach this one. Close quarter battles being called right in. There's not going to be any sight for revival because the entire team is just rushing down the throat of Blitz. How well can they respond here, Lucy?
I don't think there's an opportunity. Venom is playing super smart. They're using throwables and then entering the compounds, not giving them much space. There's another knock. That's easy to wipe. Who's looking wiped? Aimbot is down. Both coming in. They do counter knock all 2, but that's not going to be enough. Easy to wipe gets confirmed. Aimbot gets confirmed. It's all down to Zyrax and Venom. This is what Venom wanted, and Venom do turn things around, and that is an end to Blitz. That's all. There's nobody left. One casualty, unfortunate. Aimbot goes down for Venom. However, they do find 4 finishes in their name.
Oh, that was a lovely execution coming in. I mean, the way the throwables were just pondering upon in that particular vicinity, it was absolutely beautiful. That's how you take the maximum value out of it and not yourself head on for the fight. But in all of that action, they did lose one person, which is a really big W, to be very honest. Getting 4 finish points alongside losing one comrade, I would say that's a win-win situation. But it would have been the best if they had all 4 players alive.
I mean, they still had an opportunity to keep Aimbot on his feet. I think a little too aggressive coming in.
Yeah.
And then we ended up seeing nades from their own end also being dropped to find a confirmation. A little too harsh on that end. I agree that they were trying to fight fire with fire in that position. However, they found 4. They can correct their mistakes in the next game. Like FANGS, once they were spotted from IQOOSOUL, somehow managed to dodge, stray away from their bullets, get their player back on Sensei, and they're away from the difficulty or the fight of IQOOSOUL.
You can see a lot of rotations coming in. And look at the circle. I believe it's going to be a hard shift, at least heading towards the main island. Oh no, it's favoring more towards the second island. That's right, it's military base. So a lot of opportunities for players to go ahead and bridge camp. This is fun. And look at the amount of teams that are there towards the main island. This is a problematic situation. Have fun in all of this action are gonna be true rippers. These four players have played it so smart. The late round rotation coming in from there and understanding the entire rotation till the very end was super important and vital, and they have figured the Da Vinci Code.
That's why I said True Rippers, Team Jelly, this is their opportunity, this is their map, and that's what Jelly's made the team to find. They are going to be sitting comfortably in the island, but for now it's other teams who are looking forward to crossing the bridge. Rising Inferno Esports, they've spotted a team. Autobots, Sinchan slowly crawling, slithering down right next to learn from past. They have no clue of him doing this. He has a nade on the ready. He's trying to spot a player. He spotted a player out in the open. This is his opportunity. Misses a couple of those shots. They instantly retaliate. And look at Sinchan dropping to 20% of his health.
20% health, but still hoping for a bigger dream there. Long range fights, none of them connect. It's all about those hopes and beliefs on how to go ahead and get multiple finish points. Meow meow, he's been taken down. Shots fired, long range action, and I don't think so I can see any player from his team around to even support him. So he's all alone there. This is a bad side, Lucy. And the way the entire team is functioning right now. Yash, a bit too greedy, down to his 20 bit of HP. Now he's just going to be focusing upon getting his HP back rather than going for an all-round execution. Finally, the supporters arise, but okay. It's Sahelopi who has been taken down. Chota Beam there around the corner, going to support Meow Meow right across, and he's going to bring him onto his feet. So it's a four-man squad yet again.
This is a little problematic. They tried to kind of turn things around. They almost did find an opening against Autobots, but they pushed in two different directions and separating the players, dwindling the numbers, and on top of it, it was an opportunity for LIKHITA Esports also from afar to find openings. They confirmed a couple in their name, and that's the reason it's only Chota Beam with one. Ben 10 strikes hard, finds the opening. Honey is down. Now they're all swarming around. Autobots, this is their opportunity. But Pukar is here. Pukar is also fighting with Venom. Omega helping him out, and it should be a clean sweep coming through. What a way for Pukar as well as Omega to clean sweep the shop of the players of Venom, who decided to strike hard once they saw that there were some bullets being retaliated, and that is a couple more finishes in the name of Team LIKHITA Esports.
Oh, for now, they are looking really strong there, Lucifer. 5 finishes strong without even losing a single comrade of their own. So vengeance on point alongside their entire execution was so good. But now it's all about the die-hard situations coming forward. How can you very well reach towards the other island is the question. Now on the other end, we can see Orangutan getting taken down by Hero Extreme Godlike. We would love to see the action coming forward.
VASISTA Esports also want to get in the action for now. They were at the bridge keeping any teams who are trying to make their rotation. But it is the main bridge that they have to look forward to, where while FANGS, and again it is still IQOOSOUL. It seems like these two teams are like magnets, are the north and the south, and they've been attracted towards each other. VASISTA Esports, they've made their entry from the other end, and True Rippers, who are the only team inside the circle, now have to deal with a lot more. Orangutan Veron, I think, towards rotation has somehow made his way across. There's even Rising Inferno, who have made their way forever as well, and ONEPLUS Cincinnati right behind God's Reign.
Oh, this can be a bad situation being created right off. Rotations coming in, but True Rippers, they might be in trouble real soon. But focusing on to the bigger picture, a very bad stymied situation right across the board. All of the people just trying to figure some things out in order to head towards the circle, but it's just that the gatekeeping is so darn good. Step on the other end, good shots all across, but only few of them connect. But it's all about the rotations being called in as soon as possible. It's stage 4, and look at them. They still have the audacity to stay outside the circle and be like, you know what? It's all right. We're going to take the damage and still take away all of these players who are like gatekeeping them.
Goblin back in his house, he's looking good and striking hard on the players of AUTOBOTZ. There is also the help coming in from MAKERZ. A big nade going in from Sergey. It is none other than Punk. It should strike, work well, but a counter backing on Goblin. Mania is also down. AUTOBOTZ fighting two battles at once. Spray God finds an opportunity. What a peek coming in from his end, and that is Punk knock, Simp knock. It's all down to Jonathan and Z God. It looks like Jonathan gets found out in the open. Clutch God puts him down, and it is down to one last player surviving. Clutch God with his teammate. His two teammates are also down, but he has better odds right as now against that 1v2.
Indeed, better odds. Jonathan was already way too low, and just one spray just took him down. Sweep the ground under his legs. And now, supporting the team player. But yeah, that's a really good play coming in. Absolutely love it. Clutch God. Oh, somehow Jonathan has made it back. He's alive. The other two, they're still knocked on the ground. Sergi, he needs the support. He needs the assist. There's one player who's already gone. Sim, he's not going to be seeing the action. And unfortunately, he's been taken down. Others still holding this entire team to not enter towards the circle. How well can they hold all four players back on their feet? Lucifer, I feel this is a win-win situation.
Moneymakers, they're not backing off. They still won this fight against Hero Extreme. Godlike, there they find an opening again. Make it, Sergi. Punk is also down. They're not letting this go. It's all down to Jonathan and Simp. Now they will go in for the finishes. The last time they decided to lean back, they wanted their players back up again, and it worked out. And right now it's only Jonathan, last man standing, the MVP of all tournaments whenever he plays. But now he has to stand alone, and he has no opportunity of fighting with anybody.
Absolutely no opportunity. Would love to see if he goes ahead and clutches this one through. Joker, he's in the radar, and the nade is absolutely gonna crush his soul. But at the end of the day, it's the circle that he had to be worried about. He wanted to go ahead and cause some collateral damage, but Hero Extreme Godlike, for now they have been eliminated. Did not have the standing chance to even go ahead and fight the entire situation.
But
the play zone for now, it's wreaking
Moneymakers.
havoc.
What a loss for them. They held back Hero Extreme Godlike, and they were finding the finishes, but all of their teammates now swept across. The only reason they stayed in the play zone, decided and chose to fight against the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike, and barely surviving the last man standing Choco Man. I don't think he has an opportunity to survive and get back in the circle, but the teams who are in the circle now will find an opening and an advantage. Where on? He was already in the circle, found out in the open. Nice control coming in from IGL, and he drops where on, finds the finish as well, and that does put another loss for IQOO Orangutan.
Oh, they have been completely eliminated now. That was the last player standing for them. IQOO Orangutan could not do much. They had the late round execution coming in. The rotations were looking really good, but unfortunately they did not see how many teams have already headed towards Southern Island. That was the biggest mistake, not having the information game being strong. But Trace God on the other end, very well traced. One of the players, IQOOSOUL, in big trouble. And the fight has all of a sudden brewed up. They have been eliminated.
This is Helter Skelter. This is just... This is all out brawl that's been broken out. Teams decided to hold off until the very first game and also at the start of this game, and now they're just being rattled from bullets, rattled from nades, throwables from all across. True Rippers, they're the first team who had complete control here, but a missed nade. Sam takes damage of it, has to back off. They've already lost Ninze. But it looks like Rising Inferno Esports, they have a better line of control as we look at this. Right behind them is Wild Fangs. Forever towards the western end of it, they have to first deal with God's Reign. But for now, Forever are dealing with Venom. I'm sorry, God's Reign.
The heal battle was on, but unfortunately it did not happen. Right now, let's have the focus towards the main picture. Athanki right around the corner has been taken out as well. It's a bad situation all across. Good amount of finishes. Jelly, a lovely nade. He knew that the play was right around the corner. But wait a second.
Mighty.
Cincinnati kids, this might be it. This might be the opportunity for them to go and check in. The play popped in. Gibby's in hand, but look at the action coming forward. Sam, he for sure won that fight, taking down that one man who was surviving inside the shack. Oh, it's a lovely initiation coming in from that end. Two ripples are absolutely breaking out, thrashing every single opponent right in front of them. But look at the molly spreading way too wild. Cincinnati kids, for now redemption is on point.
Yeah, they're doing it all. Zenith Red has now held the line, and we spoke about this. Rising Inferno Esports, they had control, and they're the ones in Zenith with the 1v2 clears of True Rippers. Before they got a chance, they were the ones who started it all, and now that's the team who have been swept off. 5 finishes coming in for ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. Still one man surviving, but God's Reign and Wild Fangs, they just cleared the Forever squad who were in between them, and now they have to fight with each other. On the other end, Rising Inferno Esports, they just helped ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids to clear off the building and compound, but God's Reign moving in against Wild Fangs. Big nade from Trace God. That should find the opening. A bad dive. Rising Inferno Esports, they're taking control of it. They are playing hand in hand with this fight between Wild Fangs and God's Reign.
Oh, Jatin just going ahead and cooking a nade. Now he knows multiple players are right around the corner itself. That might be a deadly nade coming in, but the Molotov is just for assurance. There can be some kind of a situation being brewed up right here. There comes the revival. That's lovely. But this is a 1v2 situation. Can Jatin go ahead and prove a point that he's going to be destroying Justin alongside Destro? It's a huge task on his shoulders. Nade's coming left, back, and center. But he's not aware that the players are right behind as well. He's playing so reckless. But I'm hoping that all of that recklessness just pays off.
Last 3 teams in front of our screens. Rising Inferno Esports, they're moving towards the edges and clearing off God's Reign first before they want to fight with anybody else, because they know their position, they know the numbers are fewer on their end. Destro is trying to play outside the circle or edge at the circle. Even Justin, this two-pronged approach that they're doing with the throwables that they have, they're trying their best, but they don't have enough to keep rallying it off. But ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, Zverev, the last man standing, is outside the circle, should be going down any soon to the play zone, and he does. And with that, now they have a confirmation that the only team in front of them is the team standing between them and the chicken dinner. And with Destro going down, it's all up to Justin. He finds an opening, he finds a knock, but can he clutch this 1v3? Not going to be possible. He's super low on health, and the opening game, what a play coming in. A winner chicken dinner for Rising Inferno Esports.
Inferno Esports, they stuck with their basic ground roots. They knew at the end of the day, it's about the man count advantage that they can go ahead and brew things up with. God's Reign had the biggest opportunity there, Sam. Not gonna lie, they had like 4 players still alive, but down to the wire whenever it comes, Jatin was just going ahead and pounding the entire corner with nades, with all of the throwables. They did not have any room or space to breathe. God's Reign were very unlucky there. And Cincinnati kids, the last man standing, he was outside the circle, and we all know what happens whenever the blue zone gets stronger and stronger over time. It's all about the damage, and at the end of the day, it's about the winner chicken dinner that this team has gone ahead and gotten for themselves. So 10 points right off the chart.
Yeah, I think they played really smart in terms of how they took control of the circle. We knew this was a circle which would kind of be in between the main and the military base island, and eventually once it shifted, right, Rising Inferno Esports, they were the ones who were immediately taking the center and the northern edge of the circle, and nobody entered. We were seeing every team trying to enter from the south, trying to enter from the west, and it did not work for them till the end. We ended up seeing that teams were struggling, especially Wild Fangs, Forever Esports, as well as God's Reign. They were outside the circle till the very end, and that's where Rising Inferno Esports had a big advantage. Rising Inferno Esports even played a better hand in the fights of other teams. True Rippers as well as Cincinnati kids, they were trying to fight off with each other. True Rippers were the ones who found the opening, but once they saw a few of the players from Cincinnati kids who were outside the compound, they decided to rush upon them, and Hail Mary was Rising Inferno Esports. They were right out there waiting for them, and once Inferno started striking, that was literally ashes on the ground of True Rippers, and therefore even continued for ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. They tried their best. We saw Zverev trying to hold his ground till the very end. He was the one who wiped through Rippers, but it was just not enough. However, God's reign, it looked like a fight which was going wary. While FANGS were the ones who looked like, because of the nade coming in from Trace God, could have been wiped. But as you spoke about Jatin, he spotted the players of Wild FANGS, started spraying upon them first, and those finishes somehow kind of worked in favor for God's reign. Justin and Destro survived, tried their best, but as soon as they knew that the last player from Cincinnati kid was confirmed to the play zone, you could see until then other forces of Rising Inferno Esports were trying, they're kind of held back. They were not sure where the last team was still, but once they got that confirmation, all the players started rushing towards the western edge, and that's where they knew this is the last team, this is the team that we have to clear. And once Destro was down, as soon as Justin found an opening, they didn't even waste any time. All of them started spraying in the direction. One went super close, and he was the one to find the winner chicken dinner. But I think a lot of teams played really well in this first map. We did see intense action. Teams kind of gauged each other's performance, but this is not just the only game that we have. We have a lot more coming in, but after a break. Don't go anywhere.
Well, the first map already ended, and now comes the second map. We all know how good Miramar has been, but you guys are watching the Skyesports Championship 2025. It's me, Auzora Aiden, alongside Lucifer, and this has been a pleasure to go ahead and watch the first game. It was slow, Lucy, but not gonna lie, at the end of the time when the close quarter fights came in, it was absolutely amazing. I cherished every single moment from there on.
I hands down agree. I think towards the end when we ended up seeing where the number was 16, it dwindled to 8, and from there on it just came down to 3 and 4, where we didn't even get a second to kind of wrap things up of how really fast those fights kind of converted one after another. And I think kudos to teams who kind of held their position really well. We spoke about teams who had an early advantage, right? True Rippers who were already inside the circle. On the other end, we were also seeing VASISTA Esports who were trying to hold the other part of the bridge to see if somebody is going to take a longer rotation. Didn't happen. Eventually, they tried to enter from that direction, and there were just too many teams on the western end of the circle, and they got kept out. Even Forever, I think, to an extent, looked like a team who could have made their way inside the circle, but the direction that they were entering and then getting sandwiched between God's Reign as well as Wild Fangs is not something that they anticipated. However, on the eastern edges of the circle, it was kind of, yes, a tad bit empty. We did see Orangutan, we did see one more squad over there. However, it was Rising Inferno Esports who kind of had the complete control towards the north and the eastern edges of the circle, and they didn't let any other team get close. Let's take a look at the MVP. It is going to be Justin. Individually for God's Reign, he's found 4 finishes. His MVP rank, yes, is 1. His finish contribution for the team is 44%, and that's the reason. With Justin being there, if there was a little bit of more health, maybe if it was a 1v2, you couldn't say that game could have even gone towards God's Reign.
Well, you never know. God's Reign, once they have the control over the situation, they can completely wreak havoc right around the corner. But yeah, talking about the map standings, it has been a really good situation for, of course, we have seen God's Reign come into the right picture. We have seen even Cincinnati Kids as well. But the one team who has gone ahead and performed so darn well, it's going to be Inferno squad. So yeah, their overall situation was really good. They had like man count advantage as well. They did not give a single finish point to any other team. And that itself is really, really good. Total 16 points. God's Reign trading right behind with just 1 point. Cincinnati Kids, they're down with 5 points. But it's just the start. It's just the initiation. I'm worried about a few teams though. That is VASISTA Esports. They're still having that composure game going on. They're still finding the right amount of chemistry between the teams. Alongside talking about IQOOSOUL, IQOO Orangutan, BLITZ, Hero Extreme, Godlike. Well, all of these teams, they need to start functioning well together. I mean, they have been having this entire situation of having similar kind of players since a really long time. So it's just that they need to wake up at this point of time.
Yeah, I think the squad of Clutch God from Moneymakers that we are seeing kind of had the right idea, and I really liked how they kind of separated themselves from a fight which was already ongoing with Hero Extreme Godlike. They moved away, revived their players back in the fight. They found those finishes. However, it was a little too late for them to get inside the circle. Maybe then there could have been a chance where they would have had their opportunity to maybe even find a lot more finishes. They tried their best. However, it's not going to be enough. When we go towards the next game, yes, high anticipation for a lot of teams, especially VASISTA Esports, who looked good, right? They were in the circle. They rotated well. They did do damage to certain teams, found a knock here and there, but never converted it. Now, when we go to Miramar, it's not going to be the same picture. You would not be able to just find a knock and then just be okay with it. On one end, Rising Inferno Esports, they've found the best start that they wanted. They've found the winner chicken dinner Erangel. They'll be moving to Miramar with a lot more comfort. However, God's Reign, they were the truest aggression on Erangel. They will be the aggression on Miramar itself, because this is a map that strikes aggression. This is a map which calls for aggression, and right as now, team have to do it. If there is a team missing it out, that's going to be Miramar out in the open for everybody. And the advantage here for all the upper bracket teams is there is no other group joining them in between after every map, right? These 16 teams till the 9th of May will be fighting amongst each other to figure out who their top 8 is going to be, who the best 8 from the upper bracket is going to be, so they can figure out strategies. They don't have to be worried about a team changing in terms of the roster, maybe a player here and there, Auzora, but in terms of the fight, they have to figure out, is their team going to put the best foot forward, or is it going to be somebody else taking it away? Now with Miramar coming in, they've had an opportunity to strike their hammer, figure out if their team is doing the best or is it somebody else. So they have their target set, they have their drop set. It's only the flight path that determines. their play style? Will it match as what they thought, or is it going to be Miramar throwing a wrench in the works?
Well, I've already seen one thing, that Inferno, they've already gotten a target on their back. It's a huge bullseye. Okay, all you have to do is hit the right dart at the right point. So yeah, they've already gotten that one target on their back. So moving forward in Miramar, they have to go ahead and perform, but play very isolated, not be aggressive. Full-fledged aggressiveness should not be showcased from their end. But if they are going to be aggressive, might as well get multiple finish points right at the start itself. But talking about the entire situation in Miramar, in Erangel, God's Reign has been one of those wildcard teams where it comes to that powerful stance, the aggression. As you all could see, they have total 15 points at the end of the first game itself. That just showcases a lot of grit in their gameplay as well. So I'm hoping that even in the map of Miramar, they're going to be entering in as a wild card, not as a team, but as a entire play which comes towards the final circle. So they've always been so surprising in such things, and I'm just hoping that they can continue this thing moving forward as well. The other teams, IQOOSOUL, I could see the aggression being on point, but at the end of the day, what matters a lot is that you have that aggression alongside the position points as well. You need to keep that perfect composure within how well you can go ahead and execute a fight and where to retract from. It's not that you have to just go full-fledged for a fight and then just call in quits or things like that. You just need to understand, if it is a bad fight, if already there's like a couple of teams fighting, you can go in for the third party, but you never know, that might be a fourth party as well, waiting for the entire situation to come under their control. So I'm hoping that all of the teams, for example, Hero Extreme, Godlike, IQOOSOUL, Orangutan, all of these teams can bring back that old squad, old mentality where they used to always focus down on getting more finish points alongside get those positional advantage as well. So that was the only thing which was lacking from all of these teams. Other than that, they played absolutely flawless. The fights were really good. We did see Moneymakers going ahead and banking on the entire support system of the lifeline given in by the circle itself. The blue zone has helped them a lot in getting all of those finish points. But now, focusing down to the actual point, Miramar, right, Lucifer? We all have seen how well this map has been overall wherever it comes to the strategies, the nit-grits of it, alongside who and all are talking to their real estate holders, and once they put in the call, they get the perfect real estate, and thereon they just hold that to the wire. So I'm hoping that teams are going to be set for all of these strategies alongside the slams. That is what I'm more excited about. So, Lucy, anything can happen.
Yeah, I think Miramar is that map where you will never be able to confirm or affirm yourself that you're on the right path. That's as simple as that, you could put it. You think it's working out in your favor. Hey, hello, we're there. There's another new team, but let's just jump in and see who's going to be the newbie here, because it's the flight path of Miramar who's ready to cause trouble for all the 16 teams and their 64 players. And it's going to be True Rippers Ninja on the pilot deck as they start things off.
Well, would absolutely love it. Oh, that's a perfect dissection. My, oh my, absolutely love it. You want to go to Crater Fields? You got it. You can head there as well. La Cabrera, you can go there as well. Los Leones being one of the big cities, you can head there too. So it opens up the room for multiple teams to head wherever they want to go. So yeah, options are available. You can go ahead and do all of that alongside the rotational advantage as well. It heads all over towards Prison, the southwestern side. So this is absolutely amazing. I'm going to devour this entire split coming in from our captain.
This is going to be interesting, as you rightfully said. The half split coming through. Teams might have a little bit of trouble heading towards El Pozo or Trailer Park. That's something that we've looked forward to. IQOOSOUL dropping around water treatment, Hacienda del Petron and San Martin. That's where even Team Venom I can see, and the forces of LIKHITA Esports. On the other end, with a widespread drop all the way from Torre Ahumada, Cruz del Val, and towards Hacienda del Petron, it's forever. They're looking forward to grabbing vehicles and then they will reunite, I'm pretty sure, towards Torre Ahumada. But El Azhar, right, is now True Rippers, and right next to them, the previous closest to get the winner chicken dinner, God's Reign. Now, there could be a clash over there. True Rippers could kind of have an opportunity, especially with Jelly. He's away from his teammates. He has a vehicle. He'll try to tend and make a move towards El Azhar, and that time maybe players from God's Reign can spot. But for now, Rising Inferno Esports, the previous map, Winner Chicken Dinner, they're going all the way towards prison, Minas del Sur. They are making sure they're away from any starting clashes and they do not want to be involved in even one of them.
Ooh, lovely circle. I absolutely love this. It is giving a lot of favor towards Los Leones as well, but at the end of the day, it's more towards where you can head towards a church and hold that perfect root ground of it. So that's a really good opportunity given for multiple teams. And talking about the close quarter fights, we can already see it. Omega already down on his ground. Venom on the other end, he wanted to pounce in like a tiger, but unfortunately he's been taken down. It's not a good situation looking forward, but look at the way the DPS shots are coming through. This is an absolute ruckus.
It's not going to stop. This is a fight. They have to convert. VASISTA Esports have already lost. LIKHITA Esports have already lost Fierce. Now Omega is down. This is trouble. Zyrax, he's the one causing trouble. Kioya, Pukar is already down there. Erangel, it's all up to him.
Oh, no.
Switches, tries with his DBS, does tend to find the connection, but he's not good on health. Now Altu's pushing in with a Uzi, but it's going to be tough for him. Done the initial damage and then the closing deal, and it's going to be Manya with the steal on that last bullet. That is going to be an ouchie coming in here for Venom Gaming. But still, they'll be super happy. However, LIKHITA Esports to go down so early, not even find one. That is a casualty that they were not ready for. They got 5 finishes in the previous game, and here they go out with a dud.
Yeah, that's true. Not a good situation altogether, but IQOOSOUL on the other end, the final connection was absolutely amazing. I thought for a second that, hold up, this might be the spot where Venom is going to get all of the spoils, but they did not. They could not go ahead and get that one right there. And now, talking about, yes, the very team, IQOOSOUL, they're having a perfect rotation. They're reuniting the entire forces together. But in the middle of all of that, the loot is going to be very important. The weapons, the arsenal that you make at the beginning itself, that defines the man you're going to be in the entire game. So, yeah, it needs to be on point.
True Rippers, the team who had a big opportunity in the previous game to win. However, this time it seems like a lot has changed for them. A little bit of a mistake here and there in the previous matchup, and they lost an opportunity to get the winner chicken dinner even after having a good control over the map. Right as now, as we spoke about, True Rippers could have had a clash with God's Reign. It did not happen. None of them striked each other. We spoke about Jelly. Maybe he could have been caught out, but seems like God's Reign, none of the players were able to spot Jelly. He will be able to make a sweet and sound reunite with his teammates. On one end, VASISTA Esports, now they have an opportunity. They went out with 0 points in the previous game. Scary Jod with them, Zin, Hector and Fury. Now yes, it's going to be a little tough for Hector as well to form this new squad, to find a lot more synergy. And I think that's where the first matchup did not work in their favor. It was a little bit of an helter-skelter situation, and most of the fights that they were trying to be involved in was a little misinformed, or they did not have enough information for them to strike upon the opponents, and therefore they did go down in the very first one. However, there's a lot more possibility, and I think proof that we are going to end up seeing towards the end games at the later stages of today's matchup. However, Cincinnati kids individually also have shown us that the capability is on high end, and they will try to even see if there's an opportunity to close here on Miramar. Orangutan, however, a very unfortunate split as they were trying to get to the military base island, and now in Miramar it still seems like a split. I don't know how. They will have to manage to get together.
Oh, they will. It's a very close proximity, Sam, right there. So for now, it's just a looting simulation that is going on. They need good weapons. Of course, they do. Long range fights. You have a mini. That's absolutely amazing. It's going to give you a lot of benefit wherever it comes to the long range. But overall, having that medium range spray, the M4, it just is dominating. Scar also is a really good weapon, which is being held by Jonathan for now. Last time in the map of Erangel, we could not see much of this entire team, even of Jonathan himself. But now I believe that they're going to be focusing more on reaching towards the circle right off the bat. 477 bullets? You kidding me? What is he preparing for? For a war?
This is indeed for a war for them, Auzora, because after seeing what happened in the previous game, now they have to show up big. They have to show up for the fans. They have to find an opportunity to get a winner chicken dinner. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be wonderful, but again, it seems like a similar situation. We spoke about Orangutan having an opportunity at all times getting away from their teammates. They're not always together, and it seems like VASISTA have found the best of them. They found one of the players. Do they chase him?
I
It
believe
seems like yes, they're getting in the vehicle. Aru is trying to smoke himself off. However, Hector and Scary Jot, they're making their way with Zin covering their back.
Aru, that's not a good sight for you to go ahead and be there. He's taking the getaway car. The vehicle is gonna blast at any moment. The amount of sprays being connected on him is just insane. The situation looks very diabolical. But somehow he has managed to escape that. And it's a good decision coming in from Hector to not go ahead and pursue this chase. Because at the end of the day, I know where Aru's gonna go. He's gonna head all the way towards his teammates, and that's where the entire problem is gonna arise. Being caught off guard, you never know. In such a deserted map, there might be some kind of a slithering snake right across the corner that might just bite you. So, yeah, staying safe, that's the best opportunity.
Crucial here for VASISTA Esports. They did not pick up a single point. And yes, as you rightfully said, they have to be methodical, clinical in their approach, and so is Rising Inferno Esports. We spoke about them, and right as now, as you can see, they're in the smallest island here on Miramar. They're not worried about the play zone at all, and that's how they played in the previous game as well. Did not worry much. God's Reign finally seems like Destro has caught the glimpse of vehicles moving, and that is none other than True Rippers, which we spoke about a little early in the game. Now, is that something that they'll be able to grab upon, maybe tend towards a fight? It is yet to unfold. But as of now, it seems like players are regrouping at the edges of compounds, trying to get better loot, or just thinking about making sure that they're ready for any fight which the future brings.
Oh boy, God's Reign having a late rotation coming in. And they're playing it very slow, they're playing it very methodical. And that's lovely. That's one thing which is really good about them. And whenever it comes to heading towards the final circles, they're always present. So this time, let's see how well they can go ahead and picture them being towards the final circles. Other than that, Jonathan yet again finding the perfect ridges advantage, trying to scout out for the entire team where the opponents can be. And the moment he finds a glimmer of the opponent being towards in one of the corners, I believe the entire squad is going to rush down the throat. They have 4 cars to be precise, and all of them for a perfect use. Oh, the car just got toppled. I believe. Okay, that was a perfect push. That was a perfect push there, Gokul. Now all the way towards the circle. IQOOSOUL. We did see that the first finish point they got was in the beginning. Yes, Sam, you were saying something.
They're the masters on this. It has happened quite often on Miramar. They're now used to how to put their vehicle upright. Whether it be in a trench, whether it be in a dip, whether it be in between rocks, they've always managed to topple the vehicle upright, get it back in action, and that's what. But main thing here for Soul is about finding a lot more in terms of value. Scary Jord, it seems like VASISTA are not having a great time. However, instantly answering back is Zin, instantly finding the finishes. Well, VASISTA Esports that spotted Orangutan a little earlier, and the fight is completely breaking out right now. And it seems like VASISTA, they're trying to take control of it. They're moving in closer, just about Chumasera. This should be an interesting fight towards the western edges of Los Leones, and it's Aru who's put out Atanki and Varion, the last 2 players. Varion trying to dodge all the sprays coming in from VASISTA Esports, but it seems like his vehicle as himself will be dropped. However, they find a dip. Atanki brings his vehicle closer. Varion jumps instantly in, and this should be an opportunity. The direction Atanki came from in is the direction he'll be heading back out from, because that distance is a little too far away from VASISTA Esports. And VASISTA Esports find 2 finishes, whereas Orangutan, their approach of going in for the fight did not work.
It did not work at all. VASISTA Esports on the other end, they always love to go ahead and devour such good situations whenever it's like close quarter battles, long range fights. The aim is always on point, and look at the way they have already brought in 2 finish points for their name. Rest, talking about the Cincinnati kids, I could see so many Bentleys out there. It just felt like a garage at one point of time. And now those vehicles are going to be used for a getaway. But look at this. Hero Extreme, Godlike, they're already very close to the vicinity. Punk taking the shots onto himself. He did do quite a bit of damage, but unfortunately the player has already found a really good place to go ahead and heal himself. And Punk, for now, he's just going to be running away, skedaddling. Jonathan on the other end, he's still holding the angle down to the side. He knows that this is the opportunity. This is that golden moment for him to go ahead and get a knock or two. If he does, then the entire team is going to go in for the slam.
VASISTA Esports, they know something's not right. They cannot get out of this. They're trying to scope and figure out where the position or the information that they could get off another team. Here, Extreme Godlike on the other end. They're playing safe and sound. They're waiting for an approach from VASISTA Esports as they head out. For now, it is held really well. They're not giving away the position. On the other end, the team we spoke about the last time, who had a good opportunity, who actually took over fight and finished it against Godlike, was none other than these moneymakers. The squad led by Clutch God, Joker, Spray God as well with the team. This time, it seems like should not be much of a problem for them. A little too early here. However, this is the game that we have seen already. An entire squad being wiped. LIKHITA Esports, the first one out. This time, not even with a single finish. Last time they got 5. So it's not going to be a game that they will want to remember. On the other end, Soul. Now rising INFERNO Esports. We spoke about them. It seems like they found an opening on them. They were almost towards the south of Miramar. But it seems like somewhere down the rotation, IQOOSOUL have figured out and spotted one of the players.
That was really nice trace right there, but Gokul could not correct any of his shots. Still has a lot of bullets. He can again go for another try. Did get a couple of players down to low HP, but it's not enough to go ahead and get a knock. Gokul is way too far, way too far. Even though he gets a knock, it's not going to be yielding onto a really good result. And the shot still continues. Gokul, eyes tracked on the opponent and still finding the window of opportunity. It's a 2-2 split coming in from the opposition. And I believe this might be a really good chance for them to get at least a knock or two. If it happens, then yes. If it doesn't, then it's all right. It's completely all right.
I want to see if this fight continues or if it cascades. If there is a full 4-on-4 fight, they find an opening, they go in for a head-on clash. But again, unfortunate circumstances keep striking the squad of Orangutan. While FANGS this time, they knock their door and it is Atanki to be knocked. Veron is the last man standing now in there, and if he's in the close quarters, they should be able to revive him. Should not be much of a trouble. But while FANGS, are they going to stop there? No, they say Atanki is completely swept out of the game. It's only Veron now.
What a bad situation to be in. Orangutan, they could not have a good start, not let alone a decent start. They haven't had it just yet. So Orangutan, well, tough luck. Right from the beginning, even in the map of Erangel, they could not perform very well. While FANGS being led by Sensei, and we all know, whenever he's there around, he knows how to go ahead and lead the entire team to victory. This man has been doing a lot of heavy lifting. And the way he functions, specifically in this map in Miramar, I've seen him function, Sam, and he functions so darn well. It's like 100% efficiency. We're talking about the circle. Soon we'll understand whether it's going to be a hard shift. Is it going to favor a lot of teams, or it's going to be, yes, it is going to be a hard shift coming in. Power Grid being the dead center. And San Martin has been given the wager that you can stay around that corner and forever. I believe they're going to be heading there itself.
It's such a great circle here for Picado's team Moneymakers. They're right at the dead center of it. Shouldn't be much of a trouble. Learn from past. Very close to VASISTA Esports. Sahil. He spotted the players with the vehicle now that they've moved into a compound right next to them. But he's the only player. He's made a little bit of sound when he was dropping down. And now they know there's a player right next to the compound. Should be much of a trouble. And now, yes, he's been hit with bullets. His vehicle's stuck. He doesn't know where to go to. That could be problem for Sahil. His teammates are trying to cover him, but it seems like another team is trying to get closer. Sahil somehow managed to make that work vehicle out of that ditch and now joining his teammates. And we spoke about Moneymakers right at Picado, and they were the ones, and now Zin out in the open. That's a free one. Clutch God tries his best, but he's only able to drop opponent to half of his health.
I mean, I do get it. Clutch God, he wanted to go ahead and conceal his location. That's one thing that he did, but the damage on the weapon, it drastically reduces once you put the silencer on. So yeah, that was the only situation. Else it would have been a really good knock coming in. Clutch God, for now, he's all safe and sound. The entire team of money makers, they want to make a big bucks. They don't want chunk of change. They want to make it big. For now, they just have 0 finishes. And look at the eyes on the prize. One player very close. The rotation has been called in. Oh, there comes the information. Spray God knows that the player has already rotated from around that corner. Can be a very deadly situation for them. Ultimately, how well can they choose the fight is the question.
This is crucial. That's the team who got the winner chicken dinner in the previous game. They could do anything at this point. And look at the rotation itself. They were always all the down towards prison, and from there they quickly made their way towards the center, towards Picardo, as the circle has shifted, and rising Inferno Esports, they're so close. But as we spoke about unfortunate circumstances, and Orangutan, that's the final player confirmed. Whereon will be swept out, and with that it's going to be a full squad wipe on Orangutan. Unfortunate, and they don't have anything on their back, nor finishes nor placement points. That's too early for them to go out without anything to take away from Miramar. That is not the right start for Orangutan, game 1 or game 2. True Rippers, however, they would want to change their fate. They were close to a winner chicken dinner. They were in the last few circles, however. This time, they are spotted. First from God's Rain, now from IQOOSOUL. Mania, he already has a finish under his name, and now spotted Sam. Good chip damage. Now they know that there is a squad eyeing on them. That compound is not safe for them to stay. They have to either take a fight uphill, or they have to quickly make a getaway. Now what their opportunity is, what they decide, is what is going to unfold. But for now, IQOOSOUL, they're inside the circle. They're the ones who are going to gatekeep True Rippers.
Oh, they indeed are going to be gatekeeping. Shots fired. They have taken one player down. Goku, lovely spray coming in. He knows that the entire team is going to rally up towards that one player and support him. But look at Manya. Lovely way to go ahead and have a flank angle towards this particular team. True Rippers, they're not at a really good spot, and they need to evacuate that place right about now. Get that 4th man on his feet and then run to the hill is what I can say.
IQOOSOUL seems like they want this fight. They want those 4 finishes. They're not happy with the one just Mania got. And as the play zone is closing in, this is the opportunity they want to strike. Play zone is like a thunder for them, and they are the ones with the hammer. Forever Lucifer right behind the backs. Now this is going to be even more interesting. We speak about third-party fights, and this is what Miramar brings. Lucifer has only the information for now, Zora. He does not have a squad to back him up. Therefore, Lucifer has to wait for a grave situation when these two teams clash, and there's a lot more casualty than to strike. But it seems like Termi is traveling and has had an unfortunate knock. We'll see if that works out. But finally, True Rippers are trying to make a getaway with their vehicles. IQOOSOUL trying to stop them in the works. The circle shifted, and it's True Rippers who are trying to get inside the circle in between. Sam, big time damage on him. Gokul trying to stop, has spotted Kyolamau. Goblin on the other end, he's been spotted from Toxic on Autobots. This is what we were talking about. You're never safe and sound. On the other end, Cincinnati Kids as well, answering and fighting with Wild Fangs. And finally, Gokul instant on Kyolamau, and that's a finish as well.
Oh my god, IQOOSOUL, whenever their backs are against the wall, they always know how to perform. And for now, even though they have lost one player, he's down on the ground, knocked, still be revived. Sam on the other end, good shots being connected, but overall the getaway is actually really good from the likes of IQOOSOUL. They're running away from this pickled up situation, and same thing goes for True Rippers as well. They want to find a really good spot inside the circle. For now, there's only one player who is safe and sound. Other than that, they don't have a really good situation. Moreover, the amount of teams that are there towards the circle is massive, and on towards the eastern side, I could see the entire team of Hero Extreme Godlike have a really good rotation game. They're playing very passive, but I want to see how well they can go ahead and convert. But this close quarter fight is not looking good. I just saw one player knocked on the ground. The second one also goes down. Gokul, what was he thinking? He thought about going in like a flying Superman, but unfortunately he has been taken down. Mankind disadvantage. Manya, what a lovely shot coming in. His pump action speaks. It speaks volumes. Right now going for the heal. This might be a big mistake coming in from the likes of True Rippers. This man has a clutch potential. The IQOO being so good. But the nade, equally nice. Jelly on the other end knows where Manya is. There comes the rush. Sam knows exactly. HP is very low. He's going to connect all of his shots. He does as well. Man knocked down. Goblin from the back. He knows how to counter this entire situation. Is that a 1v1 situation being created?
Yes, it is. Jelly is the last man standing, but the zone, it's closing in 20 seconds on the clock. Jelly instantly decides to back off. He knows he cannot survive. The damage right is now with the bare minimum health he has. Goblin instantly heals himself as well. Now Goblin's position is compromised. Jelly started spraying on him. Now Goblin, his driving right is now a little being compromised because Jelly is in the circle. He wants finishes. He wants to rescue his teammates, but now he is understood. With the zone closing, he has no opportunity. Look at him, how smartly he's driving. Quickly changing seats. That's how he found the opportunity, and now he's not going to stay in that buggy. He's made his uphill run. He is close to Jelly, and I don't know if Jelly has the information. He's also spotting a player who's knocked down. He spots Jelly running out in the open. Damage being done to Jelly. This is opportunity. Goblin has to save the team. He has 4 finishes in total for the team, but can he find the second finish for himself? Goblin, this his time to shine. This is his opportunity. Jelly as of now hiding in a dip. It's Goblin moving in, trying his best, but Jelly, he is a smart man. He's played this game. He has the mechanics of an IGL, and now safe and sound, healing behind a rock.
Oh, that's not a good situation altogether. There's teams, multiple of them, right behind him. Jelly, even if he prones down, he needs to be safe and sound. Goblin on the other end, he's trying every single thing. Look at him throwing all of those nades right across the corner, thinking that Jelly just might be in one of these ditches, but he's not. He's that towards a rock. Goblin, he might give away his location by doing a lot of parkour. But okay, for now he's safe. Last man standing for the entire team.
Even Godlike had a little bit of damage, and it is another squad that's swept out. Unfortunate. Even Cincinnati Kids, another team, along with Learn From Past, who got eliminated during that skirmish that we were keeping an eye out between Soul as well as True Rippers. AUTOBOTZ looking forward to maybe a little more early fight they had. They have only 1 finish in their name as of now. They're moving up close. That's where Goblin is. But on the other end, it's VASISTA Esports as well as Rising Inferno Esports. Inferno previously got chicken dinner. This time it's Jatin, the man who was in front of every fight last time. The first man to be knocked down. VASISTA Esports, they're coming out of from the play zone, trying to move up in, and it's working out. They found the first opening. However, Joker from the side of MAKERZ trying to cause trouble from the uphill run coming on the side of VASISTA Esports and stopping them, maybe even stalling them. But they still have an advantage. They have to make an uphill climb. But Goblin, he thought it's only Jelly who is going to trouble him. But there is AUTOBOTZ. Toxic has spotted him, trying to find an opportunity. Now with Goblin known in position and Toxic also known, it's going to be tough for Toxic to answer back, especially with the zone doing the damage. Thankfully, he has a vehicle right behind him. On the other end, Clutch God putting the players of Forever down.
Oh my god. Not a good situation at all. Toxic knows that the players are there right in front. Blitz on the other end, they're at the receiving part of it. But Toxic, he needs to heal simultaneously as well. He's outside the circle, not able to go ahead and patch himself that well. Look at him taking those shots and heading directly towards the circle. Good decision altogether, but I believe he's going to be gate kept. IQOOSOUL, unfortunately, they have been completely knocked clean. The last player standing could not do much, and Lobster, what a lovely way to go ahead and showcase his individual prowls. 1v2, done right, dusted. And that's how you go ahead and sweep all of the players.
I was so worried for AUTOBOTZ there, but Lobster, insane play coming in from his end. 1v2 swiping and wiping on the Blitz team. Now there is still trouble coming in on that end of the hill that he spoke about. VASISTA Esports, Aimbot, he spots Jelly, the last man, and that is also one last player, True Rippers, as they get swept off with 3 total finishes. Now it comes down to the last 5 teams. AUTOBOTZ, they have fewer numbers. Rising Inferno Esports, they have 3 on their end. Now with nades being dropped from Lobster, that's confidence coming and speaking from his end. The smoke is where he played masterfully in his clutch that he did just now, but that's the same smoke that a player Owen in smoke is trying to do from Inferno squad. Now if he's successful, that is going to be the hammer being struck upon him in a similar fashion of how he was able to do against Blitz. It's not going to be that easy, but with Inferno split in different directions, it's getting tougher. But this is the advantage that Venom is taking with so many teams in this last 5 fight, that they are able to play together, figure out the positions, and they're plucking their own opportunities of finishes.
Oh, not only that, look at MAKERZ. They're already there towards the final circle. All 4 players standing tall alongside VASISTA Esports as well. Hector being taken down. The moment I spoke about them, 1 player is already out of the count. Instantly knocked and finished. Not a good sight. 3 players remaining now. The control is there towards the hands of moneymakers. There's a lot at stake. A lot of hold game coming into the picture. We all have seen Rising Inferno. They have been that squad who have always performed. Even in the map of Erangel, they perform so darn well. And moving forward, they're just trying to go ahead and tell the entire team that they're not here to go ahead and laugh. They're here to get the business done right, dusted. Good shot.
What a shot coming in. That is answering back to Lobster. Fury, now the last man standing from VASISTA Esports, has to control aggression from 2 ends. But it is Moneymakers moving in. Fury controlling his best, but it's a drive-by coming in from Clutch God. Unfortunate. Fury tried to hold his ground, but it doesn't close out as he wanted. Lobster did get knocked down, but there's still players trying to do the deed. Now it is the opportunity here for Moneymakers. They did get Joker knocked, but they do have an opportunity to revive him, get back in the fight, and that's what they're doing right as of now. They have 5 total finishes. On the other end, it's Venom Gaming, who also have been really good. 8 finishes in their name. Moneymakers also looking good, but AUTOBOTZ, Lobster and Toxic, that duo has been amazing. And there it is, Lobster back on his feet, finds the opening on Clutch God.
He did get the opening. That's really good. End circle, still trying to grab in how many ever finishes that they can do. Aditya, right around the corner, waiting for the perfect peak. And Moneymakers, all of a sudden, they are down to 3 people. It's not a good sight. Lovely nade down to just 1 pixel of HP. That's absolute insanity, knowing where the opponent's location is and the nade just pondering right upon AUTOBOTZ on the other end. These 2 players are causing a lot of ruckus, having 8 finishes on their name, and they're just making it big for themselves. Toxic alongside Lobster. Shots fired, and still finding out where exactly the third party is going to start off. Where there comes the entire action.
Aditya, Spray God and Joker, AUTOBOTZ, Lobster, the man who was causing trouble, put down Clutch God. Now they've found Lobster, finished him off. Toxic, the last man standing right behind the vehicle. A molly being tossed from Spray God, and that will put an end to him. It's the round to the last 2 teams and make it even to the last 2 players on the other end of Venom. It is a 2v2 situation. Aditya also on the contrary gets knocked. A big nade coming towards their end, but it did not find the distance to connect with Spray God. But Spray God is trying to move in on the right flank. Aimbot needs to have an idea. A nade again went by. Now a molly being tossed to cause trouble. This is smart game coming in from Venom. They're using all the throwables that they have. There's even a crate nearby, but Joker's been spotted out in the open. Zyrex on the other end. Enough time that's been wasted. He has to find an opportunity to push back the players from Moneymakers. Otherwise, that 3v2 is going to strike hard, but it is now a 3v3 as the players have also revived on this end of Venom. A final fight, a 3v3 fight. Who has it better? Throwables coming down to the last few on Zyrex's backpack as well.
Oh, I would say the Cloud are down on the entire ridge. Both the teams trying to find a perfect getaway. They need to have that perfect flank angle as well. But looking at the way Joker has already spotted one of the players, Altu, Spray God right around the corner. He knew that one player is right across, and he did give him some shots. Ultimately did not get that knock. There comes a knock. Joker has taken the first hit of all of this, and there comes the retaliation as well. Not a good sight. 2v2 situation. There comes the aggression. Spray God. All of a sudden he wants to close it up, but has it been a good sight? What a way! Clutch God.
Spray God saved the team. Outside the zone was Zyrax trying his best. It was so close. Closer than ever. He had brought it down to a 1v1 fight. I thought this was a win for Venom Gaming. Almost clutching it out. But Moneymakers, it is gonna be Clutch God. It is gonna be Spray God. They're gonna be super happy that they get this winner chicken dinner. It almost got out of their hand. Even though Spray God got to a flanking position over there, Azora, you saw that his position got compromised. They were able to retaliate. But I think the game kind of completely broke open as soon as Aimbot was down. Then Altu was out in the open. He couldn't do much, and was only Zyrax the savior. Tried his best. He brought 2 players on the opponent's end to their knees, but it was only Spray God, the Spray Goat, that he had to step up, and he did. And he had the advantage that he was inside the circle, and Zyrax, he had to bow down. This was an insane fight, and Miramar goes to Moneymakers, and they do make cha-ching of Miramar here in the second map on day 1.
Exactly, it was a big one. Not gonna lie, for a second I thought the HP being crucial factor there. I thought it's all done by dusted. Moneymakers cannot break this one through, but they did. What a lovely deal coming in, man. And not gonna lie, those DPS shots just slaps hard when it comes to that close quarter fights. Medium range, short range, both of these areas DPS on point. And yeah, like you rightly mentioned, one player being outside the circle did create the entire ruckus of it. Could have been a really nice sight, but overall, we did see what we saw. But for now, guys, we're going to take a small little break. See you on the other side. Stay tuned. Well, the second map is already done right destined, but there's a change on the desk as well, just like the roster changes which keeps happening in BGMI. Well, Necros, welcome on board. It's gonna be me and him carrying the journey forward because Sam has already told us bye-bye. But yeah, Necros, I did see that you were watching the game in the hindline. How did you like the entire action in Miramar?
I mean, it was an enormous action that we did just witness in the map of Miramar, the map of Golden Sand. But specifically talking about, I'm really impressed about the roster shuffle that is happening lately. And this roster being formed by Clutch God once again seems really promising, as we do see Spray God stepping up. He has always been that one crucial assaulter for his team, also alongside Aditya and Joker. It looks really promising that they have some really good potential to showcase us in the upcoming days. But right now, this was a really great match. We saw some individual accolades coming in from a lot of players, and I feel like in the upcoming 3 more matches we will have some more blast as well.
Well, I'm hoping for that as well, especially whenever it comes to the rule. It has always been about going ahead and being aggressive. So let's talk about the MVP, the man who was bringing in all of the lamplight on himself. It's going to be Lobster. Well, kudos to his performance, the contribution being at 87.5%. That's some really, really good percentage. And total amount of finishes is at around 7.
Lobster has been always that one limelight player for the side of AUTOBOTZ esports in the recent past. I was really surprised that he was not stepping up in the very first game, but yeah, he proved me wrong completely in the map of Miramar. He did show his individual gameplay in front of everybody, and the amount of performance he put in, I really thought that AUTOBOTZ might just survive till the very end, but that was not the case. I mean, they did survive for a longer period of time, but they could not manage to get the chicken dinner. It was all about the money makers coming in with the bigger picture, having 9 finishes, so they have got a total of 19 points for themselves. Well, Venom Gaming, having a really good control throughout the map of Miramar, they have managed to get 14 for themselves.
For sure, for sure. And AUTOBOTZ, as you rightly said, they have gotten 13 thanks to that one individual player going ahead and sweeping 7 finish points on his name. So that's really good. VASISTA Esports on the other end, they were also doing some really good damage. It's just that they need to start refining their firepower even further. I'm worried about few teams. We're going to talk about them real soon. But talking about those total points, overall ranking of all of the teams, it is going to be Moneymakers who are at the tippy top, but just with 1 point. Trailing right behind, it's going to be Rising Inferno Esports. They are here to go ahead and dominate, and they very well want to do that as well. AUTOBOTZ right behind them, having 19 total points. We have even Venom with 18 and God's Reign with 15. They could not make any point in the previous map, sadly, but I'm hoping slowly but surely they can go ahead and change that right around coming in the next map.
The circle was definitely something that tested the patience, the skills of every individual IGLs and teams, and that's where we have seen some of the teams falling down earlier on. But right now, when we talk about the second chart, we do have Forever Esports. They're having 9 points in total after the end of 2 matches. VASISTA Esports having 8. IQOOSOUL having 8. Followed by that, we have BLITZ, LIKHITA, Hero Extreme, Godlike, Learn from Past, and IQOO Orangutan. I'm really surprised to see IQOO Orangutan's position, because when you talk about this team having a beautiful IGL like Aru, you have got players like Veyron, Athanki, EKOP lined up. You also got WizGod. Yes, we are seeing lately that Veyron has stepped up in the roster. He's playing in the main 4, and there are some substitutes that happen for the side of IQOO Orangutan. But I feel like Aru is the kind of IGL who doesn't like to show all his cards at the very beginning stages of any tournament. So he will look forward to just preserve them for the later part of the game or the later part of the tournament. But for now, we have the next map, Sanhok, lined up as quickly as possible as we just speak. But I really hope that this Sanhok map can also be the map of comeback for a lot of teams.
Well, like you rightly mentioned, Orangutan doesn't want to go ahead and showcase any of their cards right at the beginning. It's the same case with Hero Extreme Godlike as well. You never know when they're going to bounce right back in and get all of those finish points alongside some really good positional advantage as well. Recent time itself, we could see some really good performance coming in from their end. It was amazing. Every single one of the fans were like so starstruck. So I'm hoping the similar kind of performance can come through. It's like 4 days we're going to see all of these teams fighting against each other, and it will be a lost cause if you go ahead and showcase all of your strategies right off the bat. So yeah, you have to play it smart.
Yeah, played smart, but also when you talk about the roster of VASISTA Esports, I mean, they have some really promising style. When you talk about the inclusion
They
of
do.
Skyesports in the roster under the IGL of Hector, I really, when the announcement came in and when I got to know that, okay, Skyesports is joining this lineup alongside, we have Fury as well, who was previously known as Popular Man as well. There were a lot of rumors, who is Popular Man, who is this player who is literally playing this well, and I mean, Fury, when he gets that green signal of going all in, he just goes out with everything that he has in his bag, and I feel like I'm really waiting to see Fury playing like that as well when he was playing like in the name of Popular Man. And also, as we talk about Scary George stepping in, this player has been in the limelight for a lot of time. He was playing in bot army previously, then this roster shuffle happened, the grand shuffle happened in all the rosters. He came into the IGL, he came under Hector, he joined his lineup, and when you have an experienced IGL like Hector who has played a lot of major tournaments and knows how to play around the circle, I feel like that again will boost the individual performance of Scary George a lot.
Exactly, and similar thing goes for even True Rippers as well. For now, the first map was absolutely amazing for them. The rotation game was on point, but later on they stumbled across multiple teams right across the board. So that's one of the things that they need to polish. Their start game is really good, but the mid game alongside the ending, that's one of the places that they have to work around with. So overall, they have been performing good. And talking about Miramar, the situation is not at all good. They had a very messy fight against IQOOSOUL, and that's how they crumbled down into minor bits and pieces. But other than that, they have been doing really good. I'm just hoping all the very best to the entire squad. Moving forward, we have Sanhok. Sanhok is one of the places where you can refresh your mind, because again, the majority of this entire map pool is based upon Erangel. You need to have that Erangel game on point. That's where you can go ahead and get all of those winner chicken dinners alongside those finish points as well. So if you need to top the board, you need to perform in that map specifically. Second comes around Miramar, having two maps in the entire map pool alongside Sanhok. Like we already told, it's like a refresher. It's like that mint whenever you eat a heavy course meal and then you get that sonf. You're just so happy. So yeah, that's the kind of situation that has been created right around all of these teams. Moreover, if you want to play Doctor Doctor as well, who am I to stop you?
Exactly, but right now it's time for the map of Sanhok as we dive into the map of tropical rainforest. Sanhok awaits us with a lot of journey, with a lot of fights coming in, because we do know that even if you tend to go away from the hotspot drop location, the small cluster compounds can also turn into battlefields in the early phases. But nobody would like to get any early casualties in the fight path, starting from side of Martin and ending in the Camp Charlie, eastern side of Camp Charlie. So it's completely a western side oriented fight path, while the teams will be looking forward to go the individual top locations. There will be teams going in the areas of Tatmok, Mognai, and Camp Bravo. I really want to see whether or not we see any drop clash happening.
Oh, I would be absolutely stunned to see more than two drop clashes at once. Paradise Resort, one of the places where teams love to head to. It's a lovely spot. It's actual paradise resort. You can get all of the loot, and the loot there is really good as well. But talking about the way things are just splitting around this corner, majority of the team are heading towards a smaller part of the land space, or I would say islands, other than the main island. But I believe the circle, it will head towards Camp Bravo.
There's a high possibility, but right now this bootcamp contention is going to be really crucial. Two teams, two experienced ones, Wild Fangs on one end, you see Moneymakers on the other. All the 8 players in this entire bootcamp arena have got tremendous experience. Sensei, Trace God, Anuj, Sev, they know what they have to do in order to survive. They need to gather points as much as possible. But right now, Moneymakers, after having a really good match of Miramar, they would not like to get eliminated earlier on. I'm surprised that the drop has been changed, but right now Joker and Spray God, they're popping off really well, and that might be a little bit of concerning factor for Wild Fangs.
Oh, indeed. Wildfang still trying to trace where the entire opponent's section is. And they're just having all the throwables to themselves, just waiting at the right time. Talking about Hero Extreme Godlike, they're on their own looting simulation. They want to get the best weapons of the best, and then later on go ahead for the fight. But look at that. Venom has already initiated a really good battle. This can be that one start that they were looking for since a really long time. Sensei on the other end, his HP is way too low. He's tackling the Blizzard as well, but he's back. He's back into the action.
It's a 1-3 split being taken from both the
Yeah.
teams. We do see one player going for a flanking angle, and yeah, that's pretty fine, right? You don't want to just extend the fight for a longer period of time. And you know, boot camp is such a place which is also known as the heart of Sanhok. If you take a lot of time, if you gonna stretch the fight for a tad bit longer, there will be teams coming up to get the third party done. So you don't want to fall in that kind of position. But right now, as we speak, Joker, Spray God, Clutch God, all are in that very similar position, while Aditya is a little bit far away. Hopefully he gets a better angle, but Trace God, he's looking for one good opportunity. He's got an Uzi, he's got a pump shotgun as well, but will that be enough to just stop him out? But now Anushraf's position will be flushed away. He was completely compromised, and now it's all about Sensi and Spray God.
Oh, watch your back, Spray God, watch your back. This race God with the pump action. Couple of players downright dusted. Moneymakers not at all having that golden opportunity to retaliate at this point of time, but still they're managing to get one or two players down. Aditya on the other end, flank angle on point. He's having a DBS, knows how to control the entire flow, and for now, he's just keeping the element of surprise to himself.
Glitch God has to go. Both of them needs to just step into the very right moment. The revival is already under process, but Aditya, he fails to deliver. There's one player on the right. He needs to spot, and all the finishes will be confirmed. Clutch God, he's just trying to get as many points as possible for his team. He knows that every single point counts out, and he wants to survive, as they do here. That Hero Extreme God, like they're in the close proximity as well. Trace God, he wants to reposition himself, but Jonathan comes up from behind, but Clutch God still gets him down. He wants the confirmation, but before he could do so, he gets completely taken down, and Trace God confirms the finish of Hero Extreme God likes Jonathan. That's a really big bonus for the side of Wild Fangs, but for now, even Godlike trying to chime in that area of boot camp. They do find two finishes, but that's not enough because they've lost one of their comrade.
Not at all. It's all about vengeance now. Trace God far from the bridges, far from the approach of Hero Extreme Godlike at this point of time. He's playing it very safe. He knows that if he wants to go ahead and create more ruckus, it should be right at his face. All of the players need to rush down. That's where he can be taken down. But if he goes for the individual battle, he might win it fair and square. Trace God is that good.
He knew that positioning really well with the weapons and the kind of loot that he has. He won't dare to go up front and take the battle head on with the Hero Extreme Godlike team. He knows that they're in form. It would be a fool's choice to go up front and compromise the position, compromise the points that you can easily collect if you tend to survive till the later part of the game. But right as of now, we do look forward to the other teams. True Rippers. In the map of Miramar, Jelly survived, got some really good points for his team. He played the Agile role really well, while the others failed to survive that battle between IQOOSOUL. But when we talk about the individual battles, right, we are completely commending the play of Jelly. I would love to commend the play of IQOOSOUL's Goblin as well. The way he survived, the way he took the fights was really incredible. And I would really love to see some more in the map of Sanhok.
Indeed. Well, on the other end, we can see VASISTA Esports. Successfully led by Hector. For now, there's nothing to be very proud of. They don't have any finish points, but they are looking for a really solid start. Not at all indulging in any of the fights, getting the perfect scope alongside the weapon as well. That has been one of the crucial tasks of all of these teams. But talking about God's Reign on the other end, well, they might find a piece or two. It's a very close proximity. We all know how small this map is of Sanhok. And in moments away, you can find a fight. Moments away. Praise God, he's still alive there. I don't think so God's Reign, I don't think so Hero Extreme Godlike even wants to go ahead and get a search party to find that last man standing. They just want to sit there, wait it out, hold that entire spot, and then see whether any other team is very reluctant to reach to the spot or just straight up they want to seize that particular area. So yeah, they're still holding the grounds, waiting for their own individual brilliance.
Everything is going to depend on the circle shifts, right? We do know that bootcamp is a really big compound area to hold on. If the circle favors that area, it's fine, but it seems like some of the information has been relied on. AUTOBOTZ Esports, they're in a really good positioning. They do have some small compounds to play along, but IQOO Orangutan, they will be just rotating from the backside of this compounds. Ralphie, He has heard some sound cues, and definitely the intel has been passed on to his teammates. He was definitely not looking forward to make any sounds, but IQOO Orangutan, they're quite aware that there's at least one team or 2 to 3 players holding in this vicinity. So even if they get one opening, they might just try to hop into this fight.
I would absolutely love to see that. I mean, all of the teams, the strategy is pretty plain and simple. Once you get a knock, slam in. Because you have the man count advantage at that particular time, and you know how many seconds it takes for that one particular guy to get up as well. So in order to go ahead and seize the moment, you have to be very quick. But Lobster, for now, he's just chasing his own teammate, trying to hit him right across the pillar so that he doesn't move from there. But finally they do. And Venom on the other end, he's heading. He knows that he needs to go right inside the circle, else the circle damage is always going to give them a bad opportunity. HP low, and then when you engage into a fight, Necros, you and I both know that's a lost cause.
Pretty much. You don't get much opportunities if you tank a lot of damage and get inside the circle. You can be welcomed with a lot of force who will be just looking for to gatekeep you out. But looking forward to the circle. This is a really tough one for a lot of teams still on the northern side. IQOOSOUL, Rising Inferno Esports as well. Forever Esports, BLITZ, they have to come down to the areas of ruins, where VASISTA Esports, they have a really good control. Also ONEPLUS, Cincinnati kids, they're up against IQOO Orangutan right now. It's going to be a very early face-off, but this is a fight for the center spot. So it is once again going to be beneficial to at least one of the teams, but you don't want to just extend the fight any longer, as it's also in the open grounds. Sound cues will be passed on to the neighbors, and you might just be the target of any third-party team.
Yo, the walls in this game, or the walls in any of the map, they're made of paper. You'll always get the information of where the opponent is going to stay at. And once the audio cue is given, then be prepared for the entire slam to come through. But for now, I can see only one team who's looking very confident. They're on the tippy top thanks to their man count advantage as well. That is Venom. They're playing really well. Even in the map of Miramar, they did play so good. The starting phase was really nice, but at the end times, they choked. They could not perform that well. Getting those finishes has been one of the crucial tasks for them. But at the end of the day, you need to even get the position advantage as well. So finishing it off with a really solid winner-winner chicken dinner is very important. So Godspeed to them. Right now, they're outside the circle as well. So yeah, that's also one of the situations which they're dealing with.
Oh, Ralphie! He has to make the connection, and he literally found that one connection. That was a one good chance for him to take down at least one player. Learn from past. They will be losing one of their comrades out right in front of their eyes. There's nothing more that he could do. I mean, he did try his best to get that one opening, but he literally crumbled and missed all the shots. And when you talk about Ralphie, it's not just any other player who would just miss that opportunity after he's got a lifeline to play along. AUTOBOTZ did not have a great start. Arib has been lost already. This is a very crucial fight because you do need the openings to cross the bridge, across the lake.
Oh, there's this one player, Jatin. We have seen him play. Always waiting for the golden opportunity, and Lucifer is right in front. He thinks that he's safe, but he's not. The moment he starts running forward, Jatin will know the exact location of Lucifer. Look at that. Gotten is also right around this corner. My oh my, this team is so adamant on getting that one finish point on the bridge. And Lucifer, I believe he's not going to have that living chance of surviving this battle, let alone fighting it.
Lucifer has always been that one key player for Forever Esports.
What?
You talk about
Did you not spot him?
Wait. Beast, excuse me? Hello?
Jatin?
What?
He's holding the fire. He's holding the fire. Trigger control, trigger discipline is what Jatin wants to show us at this point of time. And I'm all in for the treat. This can be the sneakiest 1v2 clutch that Jatin can ever pull. There goes the shot. Beast taken down. He's done right, dusted right at that time, and Lucifer, right about now, he needs to run away from the hideout. I don't think so he can survive the wrath of two players looking at him. But look at him. Composure as always. Has a lot of medkits though. Has a lot of band-aids.
At this point, if I was right, if I was in the position of Inferno squad, I would just go in and take that one finish. Because it's just taking too much time, but eventually we talk about the fights happening. IQOO, Orangutan, Aru spots down Jelly, takes him down. True Rippers lose their IGL in a way too early clash. But this is a really good positioning for them. So far they're inside the circle, but True Rippers, they would love to find a better position. As even IQOO, Orangutan, they're going for the complete western side rotation around the areas of Tambang. You get a lot of compounds to play along. While the dead center of the circle around Ruins is completely clustered with two of the neighboring teams.
Indeed. IQOO, Orangutan. Finally, it looks like they've already seen enough action in the past 2 games, and now they want to go ahead and start getting those finish points. So far, so good. But they have lost one player in the action. Omega on the other end. Well, that was a really good initiation coming in. Just peeks around the corner, gets a knock, and that's it. He's not indulging more of himself into that action. And the other players, they are chiming right in. LIKHITA Esports, they're playing it so well. Trigger discipline on point, alongside the way they're holding their compounds as well. That is absolutely commended. So, waiting for yet another battle between VASISTA Esports. How well will this look right now?
VASISTA Esports, they're in a very dire need of points. When you talk about this roster, they have a really good position to play along with. Zin, this player, being a part of ELF, one of the most incredible organizations who have produced incredible players like Arklin, Beast, Slug, and now Zin, one of them. A lot of people have a lot of high hopes from this player that yes, he can outshine many pros. And so far he's got a big opportunity playing under VASISTA Esports, playing under Hector. Hopefully he just shines as the brightest star out there. But for now, for Everardo, he has his eyes set on one of the players, and that's going to be Jatin. And if Jatin goes down, that can be a really big blow to the side of Inferno squad.
Phoenix, I hope he rises from the ashes. For now, the entire team is not looking good at all. If you talk about the amount of finishes they have none as of now. But look at Funk, he's caught in between of all of this crosshair, and he's been taken down as well. Hero Extreme Godlike, the rotation did not favor the best for them, and the entire part of them has just vanished. Last man standing, Simp. He's running away as fast as he can. Even though he's taking the brunt of the circle, he just wants to play for the position. And that's a really good approach coming from his end. On the other side of the things, counterpart of it, well, Cincinnati kids, they're also chiming in. They're getting a couple of finishes, which is one of the things that they were struggling earlier on, but now all of the struggle is gone.
Oh, up again is going to be Zyrex. One net tossed up towards the direction of Seraph. He will be getting taken down. The retaliation trade came into the picture, and that's going to be Zyrex, who has been taken down. Venom Gaming departs. It's 4 finishes backed up by ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, and now they will be moving inside the circle to find a better spot. Juicy already on a roll, trying to find out some higher altitude positions to play along with, because he doesn't want to go in the dead center to grab a lot more attention. Playing through the edges has always been the tactics for Cincinnati kids ever since the team has been formed. But oh, Owen, you have to be patient. You have to be really cool at this moment. You have got Forever Esports in the distance. You've got IQOOSOUL right next to you. One bad step can lead to his elimination.
My God. The way the entire team is functioning, they're playing 2 edge to edge. They know for a fact that the circle is going to head towards Camp Charlie itself. But where? Ruins? Yes, if it is out in the open, it's not going to look good for multiple teams. And the edge to edge fight, it's just carrying forward.
Hey, look at the next circle shift, Ozora. It's going to be really crucial where it's going to head up. But Forever Arto has been taken down, learned from past, coming with some outshining battles out there. Even BLITZ Esports, they have been confined in some areas. IQOOSOUL, they're in a battle but learn from past. Honey is looking for some opportunities to get some more finishes. He does have an intel that there is a team right across the river. But you need to be really cautious because the circle has shifted. Blitz and the company, they're in the inbound, but right now you do see Kyoya there. LIKHITA Esports, they're trying to be the backstabbers. They want to keep all the teams coming up from the northern line, but Dronza, he seems to be in a really dicey position, but why would he just go down in the water? Fierce Nate takes down Dazzler, Dronza, the double D, they are down and out as well. We talk about Rambo being the solo survivor. Blitz Esports, they are into shambles right now.
Oh, Simp, he did spot one player, but he's not going to shoot just yet. Wants to find the other one as well. Jatin, he thinks that he's at a safe location, a perfect hideout for him, but it's not. Owen on the other end, he also can be the person towards the receiving end. IQOOSOUL, they're going to sandwich the entire situation. Owen has been taken down, but I don't think so. Simp has gotten to know where Jatin is. For a second, I thought that he does know the entire location, but Rambo, he's been pushed hard. HP too low. There comes the entire Molotov as well. Kyoya, he does not want to leave that one player who's surviving Blitz. Not a good side for Rambo. He's just gonna take one player down. Still, how long can he survive this? HP way too low. He's still surviving, but at the end of the day, it's the play zone that will take him down.
Oh, same. He wants to survive. He wants to survive. Did everything that he could, but Knuckle, the Batman, he strikes, and that's going to be the end of Hero Extreme Godlike. LIKHITA Esports still surviving. My bad, it's going to be VASISTA, Zin, and Hector. Two of the players trying to survive, trying to get the points for himself, but LIKHITA Esports right in front of him. Kyoya wants to go up close and personal, but the vision, the playing area has been completely confined while Kyoya drops down to very low HP, but still manages to find Hector down. It's LIKHITA versus VASISTA. And now it's time that LIKHITA Esports, they will go move on a roll. Kyoya, it's really hard for him to enter the play zone at this moment, but before going down, he does manage to get some more of the finishes. Same for Zin. He's trying to find out as many finishes as possible. Take down one of the players of Cincinnati Kids out there in the blue zone, but still, the position of Autobots seems a little bit better as compared to the other teams inside the circle.
Oh, a lot many people still alive. 11 remaining. 7 teams still there in this entire action of Sanhok. Trace God on the other end, outside the circle, but still the audacity to go ahead and take some shots. Well, Wild Fangs, I would give this one to you, that you guys are wild. 3 players, a cluster waiting right in front. Trace God, his location unknown. Lobster, well, can he cluster this one through? The information was not known. Trace God, good for one. The second one can come through as well, but he needs to be through for all of his shots. Can he connect them? Yes, he connects the second one as well, but the third one is going to be very tough. Oh my god, that could have been a 1v3, but in fact, the lifeline is still there. And the team still survives Autobots. They're still in the action.
That's too lucky. Trace God was just too good in that particular position. It was just about the timing. Few 0.12 seconds left or right. Things could have been drastically different, but for now, look at the Esports, 6 finishes backed up. Not a high finishing game for any other team except ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids.
Phoenix.
They do have 7 finishes in their bag in total, but where are they inside the circle? That's a very bigger question, and you do see Zeref, the solo player surviving. Sin has been spotted. Fierce won't let it slip away like that. Zeref has been spotted as well. The shot's being fired, manages to get at least behind the cover, but I don't think that's going to be enough to make him survive for a very longer period of time because Autobots are also around the corner for him.
Well, I cannot see a really good side for multiple teams there, but Autobots, they have a 3-man advantage to the current situation where we all can see that the players are running on very low batteries. Phoenix, 1 HP. I don't think so. He can clutch this one through right around the corner. Ignored! And there he goes down in shambles. That was not a good approach at all. Forever, Lucifer being the last man standing. And VASISTA Esports, even they have 1 player remaining. Autobots, the only team who have like 3 players. And they're looking very strong thanks to the trust potential that we saw earlier on itself. Fierce, taking some shots in that smoke, thinking that he can get lucky, but unfortunately he could not connect any of those. Lucifer, he's a smart lad, knows both the players are right in front of him, but look at him. He's like the slithering snake. He doesn't want to take the shot. He just wants to wait for the golden opportunity.
Not just now. That's the kind of instinct that might just be working for Lucifer. He's a very experienced player. He have been in these kind of situations before as well. He knows exactly what to do and when to do. But the question is, the circle is favoring the sides of Autobots. How are you going to tackle it? Even if you take down 2 players, how are you planning to enter the circle? Because for Zin, for Lucifer, it's all about the solo battles. It's still a 3v2 contention between LIKHITA as well as Autobots. Fierce. He has got some really good hits, but Zin, can he just take this one of the player down? Zin wants to go all up close and personal, finds down Fierce, but could not take the confirmation right now because the cover fire was coming up from behind, but little did he get that opportunity, and he manages to convert that one knock into a finish. Gets another point for VASISTA Esports. Zin is confined. His position is compromised with Pucar. He is really very cautious. He doesn't want to go up in the open like that. But Zin, he knows there is one player just behind the rock and he has to be really cautious.
Oh, indeed, he has to be cautious. Zin just running across. He's going to be shot right up. Rafi, he just knew the exact location. Last man standing, Pucar. I don't think so. He can survive the wrath of AUTOBOTZ coming right in front, but he does manage to get... No, he does not! He wanted to at least get one finish point, but he could not do that. But eventually, he does get 6 points of the position. But the way the winner chicken dinner has been converted by AUTOBOTZ, that was absolutely amazing.
Beautiful match. AUTOBOTZ Esports finally, the kind of aggression that they were trying to put up, the kind of performance that they were looking forward to put up on the table, they have done it. And this is the kind of game that we talk about, the individual accolades coming in. Everybody, Ralphie from the very start, getting that first finish, from there on to getting this many finishes in total, handling the situation, playing zone to zone and acquiring some really good spots as well inside the circle. Everything helped AUTOBOTZ Esports to win this match. But when you talk about some individual performances as well, TraceGod, he did an exceptional job. Zin, surviving for his team, getting 6 placement points, not 6 but 5 at least, and also getting some couple of more finishes for his team. He also did some really good job when what you as a team demand from an individual player in these kind of situations.
Well, it was just that he did get lucky most of the times. Like, the amount of ways he was just maneuvering from one corner to the other, just hiding out from every single direction and not getting shot, that was absolutely amazing. So kudos to him. He did bring the entire team to a really good standing of 3rd position. But overall, AUTOBOTZ, my oh my, at one point of time I thought that TraceGod is gonna have the best situation right there, but unfortunately he could not do much. It could have been a 1v3 situation. He did convert 1v2, but the third one was just too hard for his britches. So ultimately, I'm just hoping that all of these teams are set for it. We did have one change of pace, one surprise element coming in. That was Sanhok, but it's over. It's long gone. Now moving forward, it's going to be Miramar, Erangel a couple of times. So a lot of fun, a lot of ways to go ahead and see how well the team goes ahead and functions as a single unit. Those are the things that we watched a lot from the likes of AUTOBOTZ. They functioned as a single unit. They always charged forward and did not budge down from any single fight.
Exactly, but we have to look forward to how the things have been in the map of Sanhok. Which team has got how many points from this particular map, but right after this short break. From nightmares to crispy headshots, we have witnessed everything in the map of Sanhok. And with the map of comebacks, yes, there is a team who have made a comeback. And I feel like this one will be really something that they would crave for and at least play along in the next couple of matches with. So for now, again, we've got Azora Aiden with me, and again, I feel like this is going to be a very important match, the upcoming one. But before that, we will be completely, breaking down what happened in the map of Sanhok when it came down to the 1v3 clutches, maybe almost a 1v3 clutch of Trace God from the individual plays of Kyoya as well as Zin.
Well, indeed, he was on the verge to go ahead and clutch that, but Autobots, they were just too perfect. Having the manpower advantage till the very end gave them a lot of fruit alongside the winner chicken dinner as well. So, all over, you talk about strategy, you talk about having the perfect gun game. Autobots has for sure showcased such a good play. So, kudos to them. The previous map was a very well deserved map for them. Moreover, multiple teams, for example, VASISTA Esports as well, they did shine in till the very end. Those individual prowls coming in from that one lonesome player was too darn good, Necros. And I was just, wonderstruck looking at the way, the way the entire circle was being rolled all over. Still, the players were like so good whenever it comes to the rotation, but there's one player always who's gonna stand above all. The MVP being Ralphie.
At first, in the previous match, it was about one of their players only who got that MVP with 7 finishes, and now this time you see Ralphie stepping up. So it does give you a gist about that Autobots. Every time you see them or maybe kind of question their potential, they step up and they prove with their performance. They've got 18 points in total from this particular match, and followed by that we've got LIKHITA Esports also getting 14 for themselves.
The entire way VASISTA and LIKHITA are playing for now, it's looking really good. I mean, they are going ahead and getting all of those positional points as well alongside the finish points. They're complementing both of them very well. And alongside talking about ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they have also stepped up big time in this map.
They had to do something. They had to get some lot more points. Yes, they're still lacking with that chicken dinner, but they are still in the top 4. While you talk about Rising Inferno Esports, they have dropped down to the 4th spot. Not a great position to be in. I mean, it's okay. The first 3 matches have only ended. There are still n number of matches are left in the entire upper brackets run, but still, you would love to be in the top 2 or at least in the first position if you are somebody like Rising Inferno Esports, because you've started the day with a chicken dinner, but after that, the next 2 games, it has not been the a similar story like that. Followed by that, we've also got VENOM Gaming having 20 points for themselves, LIKHITA Esports with 19, VASISTA climbing up the ladder with 18, and FANGS with 17 on the 8th spot.
Of course, top 8. These are the teams for now. They're looking really good, but this entire action goes on for 4 days, Necros. And that's how we can decide who are our top 8 teams who will head towards the grand final directly, have that ticket. But talking about IQOOSOUL, they're at a total of 16 points. Not that very well versed with the amount of fights they're going through, but I'm hoping that they step up big time forever as well. They have been playing very decent, very mediocre. I would really love to see them step up as well. God's Reign, after the first game, they haven't pretty much showcased anything from their end. True Rippers, rotation game being on point, but ultimately all of those rotations need to yield to something, right? You need to have that position advantage alongside getting those finish points as well is going to be really good for them. But BLITZ, Hero Extreme Godlike, and talking about learning from past, well, they need to function really well. I, for a second, thought that it is going to be a good game for IQOO or Orangutan, but unfortunately, they have just managed to squeeze 2 points or 3 points from the previous game. Sanhok, downright dusted. Now moving forward towards our next map, it's going to be Erangel.
Another classic map coming back into the picture. It will be another testament for a lot of teams, specifically when you talk about IQOOSOUL, BLITZ, and Hero Extreme Godlike. These teams, they have been focusing more onto on the finishes part rather than the placement points. So I feel like if they want to change their play style or maybe the approach that they're coming up with in every other match, they can come up with a little bit more benefits, because I feel like they are lacking with the placement points. So if they play a little bit position oriented, things can be a little bit different for themselves in order to climb up the ladder and finish in the top 8, because we do know that from the upper brackets, the top 8 teams will move directly towards the grand finals, and the bottom 8 will be going down to the LCQ and they will have another chance to play. So that's a really bigger picture, and you don't want to be in the bottom 8 teams, right? You don't want to play another set of matches in order to qualify and get your slot for the grand finals.
No, you shouldn't be doing that. I mean, top 8 is one of the golden places where you have to be. But unfortunately, due to some circumstances, you head towards the bottom 8. It's all right. It's okay. Don't have to beat yourself for that. All you have to do is keep your focus towards the LCQs and from there on perform. It's all right if you go through the entire 6 maps yet again, or the entire trifecta of playing total 24 maps. You still have the opportunity. Might as well seize it. But top 8 is one of the golden places where you ought to be. Then showcase your individual gameplay and then just be there. That's one of the things that I would recommend each and every team. But like we mentioned about the rotation games being on point or not being that great, we have seen God's Reign play really good in the map of Erangel. We did see True Rippers have that perfect momentum in the earlier phases that they got the rotation on point. So the entire team led by Jelly has been looking very concrete, has been looking very solid. But at the end of the time, when you see there's a huge wrecking ball coming at them, due to which they're all skedaddling their way throughs and they're just not able to find that perfect moment for themselves. So I'm just hoping that this time around they can get all of those momentum in their pocket and they can keep moving forward. Same thing goes for even IQOOSOUL as well. They did initiate some really good battle right off the bat in the map of Erangel itself, but later on failed to execute that well. So hoping that again, whenever they raise such a question in their head that they are not enough for this fight, they should just think that they are enough and then just go in 100% for that fight.
Yeah, pretty much. And one thing is for sure that the players, those who are still, those who have got some new teams, those who are playing under some new banner, they have some of the pressure in their mind. Okay, so yeah, I'm in a new team. I have to perform. I have to do this. I have to do that. I feel like if they play naturally of why they are selected or why what game that they have showcased in the past because of which they are playing under a new banner, I feel like things would be really simple. And one of the biggest example that I would love to use is going to be Zin. VASISTA Esports, they've scouted him out from the team of the organization of ELF, got him under Hector, and then he's playing individually when he got that opportunity that yes, he needs to survive, he needs to get the points. He stepped up in the map of Sanhok, got some really 1 or 2 extra finishes for his team after his entire team collapsed, and then also got some 5 placement points for his team. So I feel that's a win-win match for the side of VASISTA Esports, but also they know that they have a very big job to do, and this is just not where they want to settle.
And he has been stepping up. Not gonna lie about that, Necros. He has been stepping up. The team needed at the end of the time the dire moments, the finishes. He did provide for it. And you mentioned this one thing very right. If you're selected for some reason, then showcase your gameplay. That's it. Don't have to be in that mounting pressure of, oh my god, I have to perform. Oh my god, I have to perform. Just play your natural game style. That's it. That's how you can overcome even mountains. And we have seen multiple places where in the map of Erangel, things have gone south, and still there's one player who has stepped up for the entire team. It gives a lot of morale boost as well, even for the IGL. If IGL is stepping up, the entire 3-man squad, they're going to be all hyped up saying that, oh my god, my IGL is doing so good, let me also go ahead and chime in. So those kind of situations you can create for the entire team, and for that time you're like the hero, but you can live your moment, right? That's what I would say. All of those players, well, it's just the start of the entire journey. 3 more days to go. Today was the first day. It hasn't completed yet, but 3 maps are already done and dusted. So in the last 3, perform.
Exactly, and this time there is no Sanhok, so you won't be having any challenges. But again, this was the first Sanhok that we're witnessing in the upper brackets after all the roster shuffle. So nobody was quite accustomed with the new drop locations and maybe the drop changes that has occurred within the teams. And even in the map of Miramar, I was surprised to see Hero Extreme GODLIKE going in a different area, going in a different location to get their vehicles and their loot, except Hacienda del Patron area. So yeah, some tweaks and turns are being happening here and there, and everybody wants to try something new with the new rosters and the new shuffles or the new players coming in. We also have seen ZGOD playing in place of Admino. We're not seeing him playing for the hero side of Hero Extreme GODLIKE in today's games, but it's fine, right? ZGOD was waiting for his opportunity for such a long period of time, and now he's got finally the chance that yes, you can join in the main 4 and you can showcase your skills. And I feel this is that one tournament where ZGOD will look forward to shine as one of the brightest stars for Hero Extreme GODLIKE in order to maybe confirm his spot in the playing 4.
Of course, and confirming a spot will be a very proud moment for himself. So let's see how well he can perform. For now, the entire team is underwater. They need to slowly but surely rise above and showcase their individual gun game as well. So far, they haven't been able to secure that much. I mean, previously, when in the map of Erangel came up, it was Money Makers who were being a big roadblock, and unfortunately Hero Extreme Godlike could not go ahead and tackle the entire roadblock. So hoping that this time around they're gonna give that preference towards heading inside the circle first and then taking all of those fights simultaneously. So yeah, I'm just hoping a lot of things to come forward in the upcoming match. Erangel has been the vanilla of maps in BGMI, so yeah, I'm hoping for the best for all of these teams.
Yeah, and when we just talk about what happened in the previous Erangel, it was all about the southern side circle we witnessed in the areas of
Exactly.
Sosnovka military base, Novorobnoy, the bridge fight, God's Reign, not able to win. I mean, it was an absolute drama, right? You
Indeed.
don't
It was
often
absolute
see
cinema.
that. Yeah, it was like absolute cinema. But overall, we can just say one thing, that when it is a southern circle, when the circle is tending to go towards the military base, we have always witnessed Destro being the one to have the cruise control of the map, and he is the one to deliver some really good points for his team. And it did not happen this time, so that was a surprising package for most probably for all the fans, and even for me, that okay, Destro he did not win this match. That's surprising. But talking about Rising Inferno Esports, they actually did a really good job in the last Erangel they played.
Well, true. So let's hope for the best. The entire team are going to be ready real soon. We are going to dive in as well. Before all of that, you can go ahead and follow us on the social media platforms as well. It's Skyesports. Just go ahead. You'll get all the information details alongside what's going to happen next as well. So stay tuned for all of those stories alongside the posts as well. Make sure to follow them. Alongside, Necros, I have been seeing this one pattern, the late rotation coming in. But sometimes it's good, sometimes it's absolutely dead right bad. True Rippers, they had that late rotation, they did reach right at the dead center. It was favoring them the most. They were called the, circle attractors or circle magnet, but at the end of the day, whenever it comes to the fight, they're shying away from multiple of them. So that's what is just taking away the confidence of the entire team. In order to gain that, you need to get some finish points. So go ahead, put yourself in a tough task. It's all right. Coming out of the comfort zone is more important than staying inside the cocoon and not breaking out of it.
I mean, for Jelly, it has always been like that. He is a player, or his playstyle is in such a manner that he doesn't tend to take a lot of early fights or maybe some unnecessary fights. But as you mentioned, you need the finishes, right? You can't just rely on the placement points, because the maximum placement point from a single match you get is 10. And that only happens if you get a chicken in. And if you want to reach to that point where you will be contending for particular match, you have to get into fights. You have to take some really good fights. You have to involve yourself in some good fights. But when we talk about good fights and bad fights, it's all comes down to this one map, the classic map of BGMI. This is going to be Erangel. As we dive in, let's see what awaits us in this entire journey.
Oh boy. Love the split yet again. It's going to be a fair square deal coming in. This time around, you can head anywhere you want. You can even head to the military base as well. But yeah, built-up power is going to be one of the places where teams cannot reach that easily. But once you find a vehicle, everything is possible. Severny, Stalber, shooting range. This is one of the places where I usually see Hero Extreme Godlike always head towards that angle, towards that direction. Judgeable also can be a really good spot for multiple teams to go ahead and take the fight. But School, Pochinki, Rozok, these are the areas I'm more interested towards.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of teams, IQOOSOUL, they do tend to take some drops around there across the street of school compounds, the apartments and the main building. You also see IQOO Orangutan around the areas of Rozok. They do tend to get some vehicles, get some loot around that place, and then start their rotation. But I really want to see whether we are going to witness any kind of drop clashes or not, because for now, a lot of teams have changed it. Whatever happened in match number 1, people will look forward to forget it. It's just about the 16 pair teams that you're seeing. And all these 16 teams, they have already played one Erangel. So they do know that, yes, in this place there is a team dropping, in that place there's a team dropping. The wise decision out of everything will be not to engage yourselves in any early contention, my friend.
Oh, very well said there. I mean, having a drop clash is the last thing that you want to go ahead and witness. But ultimately, Georgopol is going to be one of the places where multiple teams are just finding themselves in that vicinity. But on the other end, learning from the past, we have seen this team go ahead and pop off quite often. But this time is the time where they're gonna stand true to the task. They need to somehow convert this map and get the winner in a chicken dinner. Not gonna lie, they're not looking that good whenever it comes to their overall standing. So in order to get more points out of it, you need to perform. But there is another performance coming forward. I can see AUTOBOTZ already wiping floor with Blitz.
Oh my god, the MVP once again stepping up this game, finding out some really good frags as well. Lobster has got the opening, and it's not a great sign. Dronza has been taken down. He's one of the crucial players for Blitz. Right now, AUTOBOTZ, the kind of hunger that they have, they're not going to stop. They are those hunting sharks who are already on a hunt, but eventually Ralphie as well as Toxic, both of them has been taken out in a single spray. That is a really good one from the side of Dazzler. And there comes the savior, Arib. He saves AUTOBOTZ from a brutal counterattack. It was really crucial. Yeah, we do understand that. Lobster is still trying to find out the players. That's going to be Rambo, the last and the solo survivor for the side of Blitz. But the deed is done, right? This is not the start that you would want. Blitz, they are hurt. They're really hurt badly. And that's a really deep cut from where it's really hard to recover from.
This is what Blitz was worried about all the time, and Spray God, the entire squad of moneymakers, they know they can make small bucks out of this situation. Rambo somehow confirms one. That's a big loss. It's actually a big loss. Rambo, the entire team of moneymakers thought that he's a 3P, but he's not. He's going to take down a couple of them. He's ramming it out there. That was a big mistake from the likes of moneymakers to go ahead and take this fight. Think that they're going to be called victorious. Nope, not at all. Last man right around the shack. He's going to be taken down. Rambo, while going, he's already done a big dent onto the opponents, which is moneymakers.
Oh, this is literally brutal from the side of Rambo. The way he's got the finishes, it's incredibly well, but Clutch God, he's also trapped. He's out there. Rambo gets the ammunition that he wanted against a VSS. It's tough, but it's never too late. Clutch God, he's a really good player and he knows how to handle these kind of situations. He wants to get inside the compound. But the kind of damage that Rambo has done, moneymakers, they would have never thought of something like this.
Specifically, once you're doing so good, you don't have to go ahead and risk everything out there. But moneymakers, they thought that let's just go ahead and convert this one finish point and initiate things. Unfortunately, they lost two. They lost a pair. And this is brutal. They're left devastated, thinking that that entire decision was absolute in sham. On the other end, there are some rotations being called in early, as we can see. Yasnaya Polyana being one of the places where this team is heading towards. Venom, Monk on the other end. Well, the entire situation yet again very dire, and learn from past. They have managed to seal the deal. All three players eliminated.
Hero Extreme Godlike once again a tragic exit from the map of Erangel. Couldn't find much points from this match as well. As 0 point a game for Hero Extreme Godlike. All the players diminished one after another. Sahil Opi did some fantabulous job out there. And I would really love to see how many finishes that man has for himself. Because I feel like that one player, he is a little bit underrated in my opinion. Because whenever you talk about Sahil Opi, he's been in the top charts for a longer period of time. In every other tournament, you see him popping off heads. But the kind of limelight he deserves, he has never got that.
Soon, he might get that as well. It's all about the performance, how well you can deliver for the team. And so far, so good. Couple of players for now. They've already found a getaway vehicle. That's going to be a bike. I mean, bike? Of all things? I mean, you could have gone on a buggy. That would have been a best bet in this entire situation. But all right, they know that the entire coast is clear. That's the reason the bike has been the favorable choice for them, per se. And AUTOBOTZ on the other end, they have like 3 finishes already. They're having a really good ball. And we see yet another player on the Chetak.
Have you ever rode on a Chetak, Ozora?
I did. My grandfather owns one, and it's absolutely amazing.
Is it still there?
It's still there. I'm thinking about modding it.
Oh, yeah. I wish I could get a ride on, but we are seeing a Lambo as well. Learn from past, rotating around the corners, trying to find out some of the players. And when you have got some early finishes without losing any of your single player, you do tend to find some really good confidence within yourselves.
Exactly.
And that kind of confidence, my friend, always boosts you up in the later part of the game where you tend to find some more and more finishes for your team. But this player, Rambo, he's literally the Rambo from the movie that I've seen in my early days. A solo player or a solo soldier fighting it out against all the army and trying to find out the points, secure the points for his team.
My God, Arman has no clue. He has no clue whatsoever. That Rambo is just waiting. The moment he enters towards one of the compounds, he's done. He's going to be long gone. That solo player just trying to go ahead and seek for some weapon upgrades or some kind of a muzzle, extended mag or whatnot. In the middle of all of that, he's going to be caught off guard. Oh my God, Arman. He has some horns as well on his helmet. I hope he can use that and tackle down that one lone survivor who's standing right beside him. He has all the information. Rambo! I hope he's not nervous. Because I sure am.
My anxiety level is
he's
just going
in.
too high. It's going too high, Arman.
Let's
He's
see.
way too close. But he did not enter that one compound. He literally entered every other compound, every other room. But
That's your
that
hint.
one
Doors are open,
compound-
Arman. That's a hint that a player has been around this corner. But Rambo, here's the thing, right, Necros? He's not sure whether it's one person or multiple.
Exactly.
That's the only thing he's afraid of. That's the reason he's not taking any of those shots currently. He knows he's a lone survivor, and he might as well give the team the benefit of the doubt.
I still feel like that he is aware that there's only one player, but not exactly where the other players are. And he won't take a single shot until and unless he feels like, okay, I am caught, my position is compromised, and I have to take this fight. There is no other option. And Rambo knows it pretty well. He's not going to take that chance. He's not going to take any risk of being the first one to engage. Even if there's only one player, his entire team might just be nearby. So that's the kind of threat that is there upon his heads. And also Rambo is inside the circle, right? Why would you just risk your position at this moment? You can just
fair
sit
enough.
tight. You can get some vehicles around across the street, maybe around the ears of Rozok. And you can wait here until and unless the circle shifts away over your head.
Precise. Couple of teams still outside the circle, trying to find that late rotation game to be on point. On the other end, we can see Hector, the man who has always been the mastermind behind really good executions. And for now, forever, is right at the crosshair. Look at them, just waiting it out, understanding that the rotation has been called in, but which team is it? The moment they get a knock, they will understand that. But now it's just like headless blobs running around here and there.
It's just about finding some sweet spot inside the circle. This is a kind of phase where you do tend to find a lot more rotations happening. Every team looking forward to settle down in one or the other position. And when you talk about settling down, I don't think that's a similar story for Wild Fangs, because Sev seems a little bit in a mood of getting some early frags for himself and for his team. Whatever Phoenix has been taken down, VASISTA Esports Fury. This is a kind of play that we were talking about earlier on. VASISTA Esports, they do tend to chime in all those situations where they can maybe capitalize it in their own way. But this time Fury's one knock. I don't think it will be a green signal for them to move in up close first.
Not just yet.
Time right now, Wild Fangs. Not capitalize it, but right now, be a good decision and a wise choice to stay inside the compounds.
Hey, where's IQOOSOUL? Where's IQOO Orangutan? I do want to look at which direction they're currently posted at, because I cannot see them on the finish feed at all. But here's where all the patience comes down to the end of this part. God's reign, waiting for Cincinnati kids to go ahead and make a move. And look at Delta PG. He's just holding, getting to know from where exactly these players are going to rotate from. Moreover, he's keeping his location concealed, because if he gets spotted, then he's going to be shot from two different directions.
Slow and steady always wins the race. We've heard it before. But this is a phase of Erangel that we did not witness in the previous one. Of course, the circle was different, the playing style was different, the rotations were different. But also, you talk about the fights happening. I don't think that's going to be different, because Juicy, he's up against the entirety of True Rippers. The shot's being fired. Juicy needs to reposition himself. The pre-nades are already there. Lindsay steps up front, but eventually, before even the nade could explode, they all came in, charged directly onto Juicy, and nobody was there to provide any kind of support. And that's one of the crucial players compromised for ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. They will lose their IGL, but the other players, they unite in a different compound. While God's Reign, they've got all the clue in the world. There is one team who's literally slammed right away, and now they will look forward to escape that compound, but I don't think that allowance will be given away just like that.
Lovely spray transfer right across. Jelly's already long gone. Facing the Rat, one brunt force. Sam, way too low on HP. This compound is not at all safe. Whenever it's under the radar of God's Reign, it's going to be a tough time for all of the players to go ahead and survive till the very end. Lucifer, for now HP way too low. But that spray transfer was so good. Cincinnati kids, they're here to go ahead and get all of the points that they can get towards the open grounds.
Main thing about the players is that every player out there in the roster of Cincinnati kids knows how to play along their own position, but it was all about Juicy in a very difficult spot to just be in. But oh, look at the damage being done. Lucifer, he was calling for help. Phoenix came into the picture to maybe go for the rescue mission completed, but the kind of retaliation, the kind of shots that were connected by Flock were just too good in order to push back all the reinforcements of Forever.
Forever had to skedaddle from that area as soon as possible, and they very well did. Flock, lovely connections as always, has stood to the task of at least diminishing the entire lot of the opponents to not stay around there and be a big challenge for them. So far so good. But now here comes the entire hunt. Couple of players just rushing forward, not looking good. Venom taken down. This team always has showcased some really good individual fights, but right now they need to run away. It's against IQOOSOUL, and we all have seen the situation again and again, but IQOOSOUL, they have relived it over and over out. So if you want to mess with them, you need to have the right kind of horns.
Shots being fired. IQOOSOUL's Knuckle got that one opening, 2 finishes registered. And now the entirety of IQOOSOUL, they're planning to go for the direct slam in. But will they go directly? Because 2 of the players have already slammed and the nades will be cooked up. Different positioning is where everybody wants to be in. Altus nade finds down Goblin. That's a really key player going and being taken down. Knuckle has been dropped down to very low HP. That's a really big blunder from the side of Batman, leaving Gokul all alone in this particular position. The nade will make the connection. Gokul finds one, but is it just going to be enough? The backup is coming up from behind. Even Cyrus has been taken down. The confirmation will be there from the side of Gokul. As Manya, he's trying to pull off something as much as possible. Pukar will be taking him down. That's all about the solo player surviving from the side of IQOOSOUL.
So close. So close, Gokul. That could have been a really good squad wipe, but unfortunately, he could not press the gas pedal anymore. Jatin has already come down towards this area, knows that the entire action was around this vicinity itself. Lovely nade, Altu goes down, last man standing, does not look good at all. But somehow the S12K was about to shine, but not for long. Gotten, seizing the entire opportunity and gets a couple of finishes as well.
This is called when you've got an opportunity, use it in the
Bank
most
upon it.
wisest way. Yeah, exactly. And they had got a beautiful opportunity to at least find another finish for themselves, and they have found one. Talking about LIKHITA Esports. We talk about two of the finishes being registered for them. It's all about the IGL stepping up, Pokar doing a really hefty amount of job. Out of all the two finishes, there's one of Manya as well. I mean, if Manya was there, I feel like IQOOSOUL could have won that match won that fight really easily. As the backup got completely diminished, the backline was invaded already by a different team. Gokul had to go all in. He did not have any other choice. But that was a really great fight from the side of IQOOSOUL. Things could have been different. There were mistakes being committed by Knuckle and the company. Goblin was helpless, but couldn't do much about it. But the circle is where everything is going to lie in, because in the dead center, you will find VASISTA Esports as well as Forever. Also across the Sugar Hill, there will be God's Reign taking the control through Rippers down south. In the southeast, you will find ONEPLUS Cincinnati. So all the teams, they have some or the other way have settled inside the circle, finding some sweet spots for themselves to play around.
But here's the worst part. This is one of those dead centers where you cannot find any kind of a cover. You can find rocks, that's true, but at the end of the day, you need some artificial cover as well. And that's where all of the vehicles will chime in. You need to be fortified because you're going to be shot from 4 different directions and naded, mollied all over. You never know whether you're going to be the next one or you will target the other one. So it's a very pickled up situation, and as soon as possible, take down all the competition will be one of the approaches coming in from multiple teams.
Scary Jord. Can he scare the players inside the lobby? That's a big question. But Rambo, this man is not stopping. Somebody just stop this guy, because here and there he's finishing the players. Even Aditya has been taken on. Finally, Clutch God will take the revenge. But before going down, that man has taken down 3 players. What a mighty play from the side of BLITZ Rambo. And I really believe that this is a crazy game that he has pulled off. Not securing way too many points, but I feel whatever he has secured is good enough.
It's going to be a perfect morale boost. I mean, that was not a really good start for BLITZ, to be very honest. They had very wonky start, but somehow, like I mentioned earlier as well, you need to be that one hero for your team, and Rambo was the hero. So next time onwards, they're going to be more prepared and amped up for every single fight that's going to be thrown right at them. That's a really good sign. Talking about VASISTA Esports. Well, so far, they have made themselves right inside the circle, but look at the way Hector is having the patrol game on point. He knows that there's another team right close in that vicinity. This can be a really good fight coming down to the wire. Let's see where it's going to initiate, now or later.
Players being spotted. Kyoya finds down Sensei. While FANGS seems to be struggling out there. Kyoya, this player has never ever disappointed any of his team. The shifts kept happening left to right. Sensei needs a revival. And at this moment, Trace God is trying to find out the players. There are so many rotations happening around the corner, but Omega gets taken down. That's a really good spray from the side of Trace God.
Lovely sprays coming in. And Trace God, he's standing true to his name till the very end. While FANGS, well, they're yet again on a patrol, trying to look for a golden opportunity right across the corner. But LIKHITA on the other end, they're bringing back their comrades who have fallen down. A couple of the players, one has already been revived. Good shots, but Anuj, he needs to stay covered. He needs to stay intact. And that watchtower is going to be a perfect aid for them.
Look at the positioning, Ozora. LIKHITA Esports, they might be facing a sandwich situation. But
Very soon.
Rising Inferno squad, the way they have rotated 2 of the players from the east, Goten in the west. Not sure about what is this kind of split in all these commotion. You would never look forward to go for a split like this in these kind of spots, because you never know which player might just get taken down in from where any unorthodox position. So that's really important for Rising Inferno Esports to just stick together and play like that. But we do see they're intact in that one small shack. Arto has all the intel that yes, there's a team right below in that shack. If we can put up some nades in that particular area, we might just find at least 1 or 2 finishes. But it's really tough to do so in these kind of moments. While FANGS, They're still on their toes, waiting for one good opportunity to at least pounce on one team.
Oh my god. It's just one smoke which is helping one of the players of Wild Fang survive. Trace God on the other end, trying his level best to keep the enemies out of this line. And forever right behind Wild Fangs. This is not a good situation for Wild Fangs at all. They're pickled up. They have no clue, no sense of direction where to head to and learn from past. They're also trying to get that early advantage from the high grounds of it. So, good position to be at, but how well can they hold this is the question now. It needs to be held down to the wire as they're getting all the bird eye view from the top. Can be that golden opportunity where they can seize this winner chicken dinner. But the others, don't count them out just yet. Fierce on the other end. LIKHITA Esports, they're somehow surviving this fight for so long. This is big.
This is exactly the how they are supposed to play. Fierce, Omega, Pukar, all the three big experienced players, they knows how to tackle these kind of situations while you know the positioning, you know how to play around this place and the terrains. But now it's going to be a very tough task for VASISTA Esports. Zin has been taken down on his top spray. That one last connection took him down. VASISTA Esports, it would be a long journey for them to get inside the circle. Also having some of the neighbors, noisy neighbors around them. It is a very tough task for the teams to just enter the circle while at least 2 to 3 teams have their eyes on them. A big gatekeeping scenario for VASISTA and the company, but if they can manage to enter, that's going to be a miracle for them.
The art of Auto. I love the way he was tracking every single corner, but now is the time where Pukar has been taken down. I thought he's going to be taking at least a couple of players with him, but unfortunately, the sidelines were completely open. Omega just stuck in this time-beat situation. LIKHITA Esports is burning down to crisp, and he's gone. He is gone alongside all of the players as well. LIKHITA, they could not get the maximum out of that current situation. They were holding that shack till the very end. And all of them just diminished. It was Arman, his Molotov, wreaking havoc till the very end. And Wild Fans, they're still there on that watchtower. Still holding it, knowing that the opponents are going to keep pushing forward and forward inside the circle.
Talking about moving forward, I do see True Rippers going all in, finding out the finishes. ONEPLUS, Cincinnati kids, they're in a different compound. They're inside the circle, in the very edge of the circle indeed. And True Rippers, they need to enter. They need to get some gateway for themselves. Need to find a sweet spot as well. But right as now, VASISTA Esports, Kerry Jod being taken down, facing back-to-back clashes. Forever Esports gatekeeping every other player who they are seeing across them. Even Goten will land the final burst. Fury, with him, the entire squad of VASISTA Esports gets diminished. Well, God's Rain, they're on the rotation with inside those supercars. They're quick, they're fast, but they don't have a lot of breathing space inside the circle as they have to take a head-on fight with Inferno squad, it seems.
Oh my god. It's not looking good at all. Every single one of them trying to get the piece of the circle one by one. They're all falling down. The nade very well cooked. But IGL, unfortunately, he's going to be taken down as well. I don't think so. Rising Inferno has a living chance to go ahead and fight against Justin. Justin is still trying his level best. He's ducking, he's dodging. Whoa. He's got the Neo from Matrix. And unfortunately, he has been taken down as well. God's Rain. They could not do much. They had those speedy cars moving in right inside the circle. But unfortunately, the current situation did not favor them the most. There comes True Rippers. But True Rippers are also taken down. A couple of players knocked. The last man standing, Sam. What can he do for the entire team?
2 players down. They need the revival. Forever Esports, they have the topographic advantage and they're looking forward to use it to its fullest. But True Rippers, position is compromised. The needs are being tossed up. Not just 1, but 2 to 3 at least will be coming onto that very similar direction. And there is nothing that Sam could do all alone. While Trace got in the company, still waiting for the players who learned from past to come out of their hideouts. While God's Rain will be eliminated with 7 total finishes in their bag. They did have a great run, but not good enough to be in the top 3 or get a chicken dinner. But right as now, ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids will be capitalizing on all these finishes, while Forever Esports, they will be just walking it from afar.
True Rippers, the last man standing, is still being the hope. I just feel that this corner is not going to be that good. Cincinnati kids, like you mentioned, Necros, they are on a manhunt. They want to get multiple finish points. And this might be the last straw. Sam, for now, outside in the blue zone, knows that Zeref is right in front. Nade's being tossed left, back, and center. Can be a bad situation for Zeref. A 1v1 can be initiated real soon, but he needs to even focus on healing himself, and he does that very well. Zeref keeping all eyes on the prize. Did come out of the hiding, knows that the player is right in front, but unfortunately he could not do anything. Play zone being one of the trifecta in this fight. And somehow True Rippers, they're still standing tall.
Oh, the timing, that costed him. That's going to be the end of True Rippers' run. We are down to the final 3 teams. Learn from past, having 8 finishes. This is the golden opportunity for them to make a comeback. While Wildfangs, they're also hoping to get the 10 placement points for themselves. Learn from past. There is only one obstacle. That's going to be Wildfangs, those who have the circle advantage towards their side. You rush on them, you eliminate them, and that's the game right in front of your feet. But Forever Esports, what are they going to do? They're outside of the circuit, and Trace God has all his eyes onto hit them for now.
Oh my god, not a good situation at all, Trace God. I know, I get it, he's there inside the cloud of all of the smokes that he has created right across him. But between them and getting the winner with a chicken dinner, there's this one team Forever just waiting it out, down to the wire, Nate being tossed. And the way the entire function is just at the throat. How well can they survive the wrath? Sensei already has long gone, parted ways from this team. But even without him, Wildfangs, they're functioning really good. Only 2 finishes though. They're not looking that strong or concrete either. And on the other end, look at Forever. Plans have reversed. They have changed the entire look for this situation. They have all of a sudden hopped on a car. They want to rotate in real quick and then give a surprise attack.
The position of Trace God is really important. Learn from past. They're all intact, compact in one good situation. But then Nate coming up from that side of Wildfangs did some hefty amount of damage on Anuj Thope. He came up front, found out 3 finishes, 3 knockouts. Learn from past. They're in the shambles. Arman, the last player surviving, but for how long can he survive? That's the bigger question. The shot's being fired. The vehicle is about to explode, and that's gonna be it. Learn from past, being decimated in the blink of an eye as Arto. He's the solo survivor from Forever Esports. His position has been compromised and he's not going to survive any longer. It's got to be Wildfangs to walk away with the winner chicken dinner with a decent amount of finishes in their bag.
Sensei will be too happy with this performance. I mean, yes, he did get eliminated right off the bat, but ultimately the entire team functioned as a single unit. Moreover, the entire benefit of the doubt of having the circle right upon them was absolutely amazing. And using it to the best. Forever did not push. They were still thinking that, wait, should we push or should we just hold? And because of that entire question and answer game in their head, they got caught off guard. And then later on, learn from past, well, they could not do it. They could not go ahead and function so well.
The final fight is where I feel learn from past crumbled down entirely. They were in a very congested area. All the players were very close to each other, and that's why that one good nade gave so much damage. One knockout was found. The other 2 players were dropped down to a very low HP, and it was like mere 1 or 2 bullets being connected on them, and the knockouts eventually came into the picture, and that made the game easier for the side of Wildfangs. Even Forever Esports, they wanted to enter the circle. Arman unwillingly helped the side of Wildfangs by just getting one of the players who's like Arto. As soon as he got taken down, I feel like, okay, that's the opening. That's what even Wildfangs wanted, that somebody could just stop Forever Esports from entering the circle, and that could just help Wildfangs focus entirely on the players of Learn from Past, and that happened exactly. And that's why, and that's how we can say that Trace God as well as his company, they had all their focus and eyes set on Learn from Past, and that helped them win this match very easily.
Well, indeed, but all of that breakdown will be right after this short little break. See you on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
After a short little break, we are back again with the Skyesports Championship 2025 upper bracket finals, which is happening right now. This upper bracket run is again getting intense, and with that we also have a little bit of change on the desk. We've got Lucifer back with me. So Lucifer, first of all, again, welcome back, but what are your opinions about the match that actually happened? Wild Fangs making a comeback in the map of Erangel.
See, I think at this point when we're seeing all these teams, it looks like they're on the catch-up run. Match 1 looked like everybody was a little unaccustomed to what was going on. They were a little unfamiliar with the teams that were playing, not in terms of the lands, their rotations, their fights kind of looked tactically good. But as we progress right now, they know who they're fighting, they know who they're up against, they know when there is a finish coming up on their screens, and they know who to fight with. Let's quickly take a look at the MVP of our map and our matchup, match 4. As we did witness, it is going to be Learn From Past, Yash, who's going to be the winner.
Yeah, he was playing really well, and he did manage to help his team a lot by getting all these 4 finishes. But when you talk about the kind of contribution, yes, he has got 44.44, almost close to half of the contribution of his team. I really wish that we could see a proper 4v4 fight happening between Wild Fangs and Learn From Past, because that was all a messed up fight that happened in the end circle. Learn From Past, Arman getting one of the knockouts of forever, then it all came down to Wild Fangs. They didn't good loophole opportunity against them, and that's why we see Wild Fangs having 17 points, having a total of 7 finishes in their name, while Learn From Past, they had 9 total finishes, but they could not get the chicken, and they got only 5 placement points. They finished 3rd.
As of now, I think there's a little bit of a dicey-turvy curve coming in from a lot of teams. Orangutan, however, is still having a similar run. GODLIKE having a similar run. VASISTA and LIKHITA look like Sanhok. There was a little bit of turnaround, but again, back to Erangel, it's fallen flat. There's a lot going right and wrong, but I think in the top 8, right, in terms of the order or the finishes of the placement points, the teams who are coming up in our matchup screen are also in the overall ranking screen. So that tells us, Necros, teams in the top 8 are the same, replicating even in the leaderboard.
Yeah, you do see AUTOBOTZ on the top with a total of 41 points, having played 4 matches. They have got 26 finishes. That's a really good, consistent performance from their side. Also, Wild Fangs will be jumping on the ladder with this chicken dinner, having 34 points on the board. And on the other hand, rising INFERNO ESPORTS, they have been also consistent. But when you talk about consistent performance, it is completely, consistently a bad performance happening from the side of IQOO Orangutan, Hero Extreme GODLIKE, and we can also count in BLITZ Sports as well.
Now, towards the end of it, I know day 1 has not been that great. GODLIKE and Orangutan, quite often we've seen that they've been stuck in very unfortunate circumstances, have been getting eliminated right, left and center. However, I know as time turns around, they will look forward to turning their tides. It is just day 1. We still have 3 more days of action, Necros, that we're going to be seeing coming in from these fan favorite teams. And even same goes for Soul, right? Their performance in terms of the fights that they're getting into and caught into are two different ones. The ones they're getting into, they look like they find the knock, but they do not instantly jump upon it. They wait for a lot more information, and once we see them waiting for that information, things go afar. Things go dicey, meaning they wait a little too long, and therefore by the time they execute the fight, there is another third party team which is in front of them, and therefore as of now none of them have been working in their favor. And we've been talking about this. These teams are 16 in the upper bracket, have a safety net. They will stand a chance to go to the LCQ if this upper bracket run doesn't go well for them. Nonetheless, hey, it's day one, too early to call all these shots. We will jump into the action, and the next upcoming map is going to be Miramar. We've seen Inferno, we've seen MAKERZ, we've seen AUTOBOTZ, and now Wild Fangs. So far, none of the teams who replicated from map 1 have been able to replicate their performance in all maps except for AUTOBOTZ. They've been a tad bit consistent, and they've been getting points all across the 4 maps we've seen so far, Necros.
Exactly. The kind of strategy changes and the kind of roster changes we are witnessing, we can see the differences being made. So talk about the changes that happened, right? Hector having 2 new players for himself, trying to emphasize more on pushing them forward, letting them take the frags, and the way the players have stepped up for his side. I mean, when you talk about Zen, yes, he was doing extremely fine, he was doing extremely good. This match, he could not do the very same. I mean, not every match can be good for a single player. One or the other match can be bad, or he can just be eliminated earlier on. But for me, one MVP that would be from this map of Erangel has to be BLITZ Rambo. The way he played, the way he tackled 3 of the players of MAKERZ was extremely well. Yes, later on he was taken down by Clutch God, but he was a pure nightmare for that team.
Yeah, I think Rambo kind of showcased his performance. We saw complete aggression, and even when he survived all alone, you were talking about him for quite long around the water city, and he did not let go of his trigger. He waited, he steadied himself, and everything unfolded. He took his opportunity, completed on top of it. I think that's similar what we've been seeing from individual players of AUTOBOTZ. I think Lobster started it off when Erangel performance came through, and after that has been just cascading. He ended up becoming even the MVP in one of the maps. Now that tells us that AUTOBOTZ as a roster is looking like they're strong in this game. It's working out for them. Whereas the other teams who have a little change here and there, who have not had a time to adjust in scrims that they have played, and now that they're playing in a tournament, it is kind of showing on screen. We can really tell that there is not really good synergy, or it's still under the works. It's like that under construction sign that we keep seeing whenever we want to tread across and there's a huge traffic jam. Right now it's a pile up for those teams. They're trying to make a workaround, trying to make shift work for now, but it is going to be tough because the stakes are higher, Necros. Now any team that makes its way across to the grand finals, they have a long wait before the grand finals, before the final stage of 2 days of action that we have, and that would give them enough leeway to work around on the upcoming teams from the LCQ, from the lower bracket, but they have to do it from day one. I think we've seen a lot of teams, yes, have the capability towards day 3, day 4, that they make their comeback, instantly jump to the grand finals, take those top 8 spots. But hey, we know that complete control, aggression are there from any teams in these 16 teams. So you cannot count yourself safe for now.
Exactly, and it's really important for all the teams to be in the top 8, right? We know that if you want to be in the grand finals, you need to be in the top 8 after the end of the upper brackets run, because you don't want to play another set of 6 to 12 matches in order to qualify for the grand finals. But right now, I think our wait is already over. It's time to jump into the map of Golden Sand once again, and for the last and the final time for today's day, as we will be seeing the flight path right in front of our eyes, and let's see where it takes us away.
This is going to be the last map for day 1. Now we do have another map upcoming, but before that, let's see where this dives. Again, it is going to be a diagonal flight path that we ended up seeing in our match 2. It was similar. We ended up seeing it starting from Campo Militar. It is the same. Right now, it's cutting between Montenuo, and from there on just above La Drillera, it is ending. Before, it was cutting down towards Power Grid and below La Drillera, but this time I feel like teams who want to go to El Pozo shouldn't have much of a trouble. In the previous game, we did end up see an early elimination of only one team. That was Orangutan. Their, I would say, journey so far here on Championship 2025 day 1 has not at all gone in their thoughts or direction. Team always have seen a split, and today I don't know if it's going to be different in the last 2 games. Hey, any game they can make a change, good for it. True Rippers and God's Reign always very close by, that we end up seeing towards El Hazar and truck stop. Jelly generally goes for a vehicle over there. God's Reign towards the edges of just above Impala. Now do we end up seeing a fight? Do they kind of peek their eyes across the players of True Rippers? It did happen, but the fight did not break out on matchup 2. This is match 5. Let's see if it happens.
The last Miramar was really interesting, right? We did see so many individual plays coming in from a lot of players. It was Goblin, it was, not just Goblin, even Kyoya also stepped up big time. And we are seeing from the very start, in the very first game as well, that all the players, those who have got into new teams, are showcasing that what they are capable of. I mean, I feel like this Skyesports Championship is a place where everybody who has joined a new team is showcasing something that, yes, I have made it this far because of some reasons.
They want to. When we talk about championship, it is the path to pro. It is about them proving that they're the biggest of teams, biggest of crowds, love them, and they want to show up for their fans. Now been a great journey for one fan favorite team that we're seeing right in front of our screens is Godlike. Now individually, if we talk about them, we know everybody is insane, but when it comes to a team game, it seems like they're just trying to get their feet into Championship 2025, whereas the other teams might be a little ahead. It's like a chess game, right? The opponent teams are thinking at least 3 moves ahead, right? As now Godlike are still thinking what is their next move compared to the other teams, and yes, it will take maybe today's day for them to figure out, and from tomorrow it could be a different showcase. But here in Miramar, we know Godlike love aggression. This is a map that enables that. Do they channel it here in match 5? We have to wait and watch as Honey watches on the player Punk from Learn From Past.
This team is already on a roll. Learn From Past, they are all heated up, all warmed up after what they did in the previous match. They will be looking forward to get some more points in this map of Miramar, but when you talk about points, even IQOOSOUL, they need some, not some, but much more. New 2 players joining in. You do see Goblin, you do see another player, but right now, a new player from the side of VASISTA Esports has been taken down. That's going to be Zen. Joker came into the picture. He got one knockout against Zen, but the backup arrived on time, and Joker has been annihilated. That is really concerning for MoneyMakers. In the last Miramar match, they were the one to rule the map of Golden Sand, but this time it seems like the start, it's really dicey.
Hector and their squad, this was known for aggression. This was a team that everybody feared. This was a team that always looked upon finishes. They want to challenge, they want to get a lot more in terms of titles in their name now that we've resumed the Championship 2025. However, the lineup a tad bit changed, and I think that's where Hector is still trying to steadfast his foot in the game, in the matchup, in the tournament itself. They've, yes, been finding finishes, but you did end up seeing Zin going down very early. However, they were able to retaliate, find the finish itself on the side of MoneyMakers. That's going to be a benefit for the side of VASISTA Esports, but they know it's a long way, long distance for them to climb to the top 8.
It's a very long journey, right? It's still the start of the upper brackets, day number 1. We are seeing so many individual and some good plays, but it seems like already there are some couple set of teams that is so determined and so all in that, yep, we are going to be in the top 8 and we will be directly heading on to the grand finals without even opting for the LCQ.
I don't know who that is, however, Necros. It's very confusing at this point. I think except for AUTOBOTZ that I end up seeing maybe MoneyMakers as well in the list, the finishes, the placement that they're able to take up here and there in the overall leaderboard that we've been seeing. Otherwise, it's still a little bit of a disarray. Let's until match 6, until day 1 comes to an end, we end up seeing the overall leaderboard. I think it's very tough for us to pull our trigger and get an idea about where these teams stand. True Rippers, the team we've been talking about that Erangel should have been working out, and I think in terms of game time, True Rippers are a consistent team. However, here in Championship 2025, it's a start, so therefore we've not seen the best come out from the Jelly and Co team. It will take a little bit of time. However, MoneyMakers right from the get-go This time, however, they've lost Joker, but there was Spray God, because of which and because of whom they got the winner chicken dinner in the previous Miramar that we ended up seeing. Now, is that going to be replicated? Something that we have to wait and watch. Fury, a promising player for VASISTA Esports, has joined from Venom that we saw the Phoenix team. And now he's been showing his prowess. We've been seeing it from, I think, matchup 2, where Fury has been trying to cover the bracks, cover the tracks, and it's been working out. It's been able to find some value, but as a whole, I think there's still a little bit of chinks left in the arms or the armory of VASISTA Esports. Hector, he's known to turn things around, and I'm pretty sure he'll figure this out within a day.
Everybody's taking time, everybody's playing it slow and steady. It's really important for you to take up the chance that you're getting, settle down yourselves in some good particular positions inside the map, and then play along with it. Miramar circles has always been really problematic for a lot of teams, and we have seen teams and players talking that, you know what, Miramar is not our best map in which we can perform. There are some teams, but you need to adapt, you need to start understanding that ridges, playing through the ridges is something really important. Having some good height advantage positioning is really important. And with all those rotations coming in, every team has evolved with time. And so do I feel like all the new teams coming into the picture are evolving with time as well. But the change in meta, this change in the circles, that is what I feel is affecting a lot of players out there.
I agree, and I think one player to kind of make this work for the team of Orangutan has been Aru. Aru, after his joining towards Orangutan, I think has been a new phase and a face coming in, and it's worked out. They've been finding value. Yes, here on day one, I'm not talking about that performance, but Aru in general, I think has brought a lot more semblance. The team's looking good. They're closer to their titles than they ever were, and it could be promising. It is going to take some time because, again, a new IGL has to mold his team around and also bring them up to pace of what the thought process is behind this Orangutan's team. It will take some time, and I think Aru is doing good. Yes, day one has not gone in their direction, but surely day 2 should be better. Maybe even in the end of day 1 could things change. On the other end, Wild Fangs, a team who just got the winner chicken dinner, just on them right now. I think that's a promising lineup that everybody was looking up to, and Trace God, I think, as an individual has become those MVP players that everybody is looking up to. Maybe one of the best catchers that everybody want to pick for themselves if there's an availability. But I'm pretty sure Wild Fangs are not going to let that happen. He is a gem of a player that they have found. Saif as well, and Sensei leading this team towards a charge. They have had a little bit of a toss and turf, but you saw the chicken dinner. So when they're informed, when they know the game is in their hands, they're going to do just that.
Every team has got some individual players that they boost about. We literally were talking about Trace God out there. In LIKHITA Esports, you have got Kyoya, in my opinion, but Zen again, he has been taken down. This time it's Scary Jord who will be looking forward to help him out. Atanki has been taken down in a retaliation. Zin, he needs a quick revival. It's IQOO Orangutan take on VASISTA Esports. Hector chimes in. IQOO Orangutan, they have decided they will engage. They're just repositioning themselves in some better spots, because for them, VASISTA Esports is no big deal. But now the kind of retaliation Hector is coming up with, it's going to be really impossible for Orangutan to bounce back.
There's no bouncing back. That's the end of it. Whereon gets put down, and that is the wipe on Orangutan. Unfortunate. AKOP, another brilliant assaulter. Before he could even fire a single bullet, he gets swept to his feet, and then his teammate, and that's going to be a full squad wipe. All this happening, Moneymakers, they've heard it. However, they cannot execute for a fight. They did not see the other team lose a player. They just saw one team as a whole get wiped out, and therefore them jumping onto VASISTA Esports is not something that SprayGod will activate or decide. Toxic on the other end, on Team Venom's Venom. That's a knock. Do we see AUTOBOTZ finding a lot more? Individually, AUTOBOTZ have been doing brilliant. As a team, they've been doing brilliant. It looks very promising. It looks very scary on their end. If that team continues this spree, they should be the first team within the next days that they should confirm their top 8 and move into the grand finals. And there it is, Ralphie on Zyrex. Now Zyrex, he was a big name. He was under LIKHITA Esports, under Hector. He wanted to do a lot more, and that's why he's changed things up. Went to Venom, however, the promising fight which he did do on Miramar previously, this time it doesn't work out. He is gone. He's done for at least on this map. Hopefully looking forward to the next one. Venom is also down. Lobster in the meantime, he did get knocked. Manya in the search of where the player is. Where can they find this finish? He's scouting all across these lands and tipsy-turvy turns of Miramar, the ridges and dips. Toxic wants to get closer to Lobster but does not want to give away his position. Playing smart and slow.
The revival is really crucial. Lobster, one of the crucial players for Autobots. He's been proving his worth every time he stepped up in the battlegrounds. But Ralphie, he has been taken down now. That's going to be Venom Gaming's Altu coming into the picture. IQOOSOUL's Mania right to away to in the open grounds. Toxic, it should be a free finish for himself, but no, he couldn't make it. Even Lobster, he's giving all the information that he could give and pass on to his teammates. But IQOOSOUL, this is a fight where they don't want to mess it up, and Gokul finds a really good angle out there to take down Toxic. Reeb is the solo player surviving from the side of Autobots. This match is slowly and gradually turning into a nightmare, but it feels like IQOOSOUL, they won't let him slip away like easily.
Trying to chase, trying to figure out where he is. Counter frags and shots at Goblin as well. But REB is the last man standing. However, this fight did not turn towards Autobots, rather it moved towards Venom. Aimbot, he found an opening, also converted a finish with the nade. And now he's trying to convert on the players of IQOOSOUL. If there is an opportunity, he will try to do that. Knuckle in the meantime trying to provide cover fire. Figuring out where the shots are being taken from Manya. He's not letting his troops to run directly into the arms of Venom. Rather using that haze and the smoke to maybe disappear. Well, all this is happening. Just below La Bendita is the squad of Hero Extreme Godlike. Safe and sound. With a tad bit of a split, shouldn't be much of a trouble right as of now. But the teams are gathering because the circle center is just right above Lost Leon Ponds. Happen that these teams manage to move through or across the lands of where Hero Extreme Godlike is holding.
So far, seeing the circle, Lucifer, I really feel like this is going to be a big urban circle of Los Leones. And if that happens, we will be seeing so many fights in the later part of the game. But so far, IQOOSOUL, they are just trying to keep all the northwestern corridor control in their favors, not letting any team slip away from that area. And Venom Gaming is one of them alongside down south. They will have VASISTA Esports, but they're just too far away, so there's nothing that IQOOSOUL needs to worry of. Until then, it's going to be Venom Gaming, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they have got some company to deal with, and it's going to be learned from past. They are the hotheads right now. They're in form, all gelled up after what they did in the previous match. So it would be a little bit of tough task for Hero Extreme Godlike if they want to go for a head-on competition without a single knockout.
Arman, Sahil, Yash holding the compounds for now. Punk, he is close by. This was the same thing that was happening a little earlier. It was Honey from their team who was scouting out, and he knew Punk's position, and still it is the same. Venom Gaming, after losing Venom and Zyrex, it's Altu and Aimbot. They were able to push back the players of IQOOSOUL. They were able to eventually sweep the sides of Autobots as well, causing trouble. However, the fight has not died down. The distance might have been a little more right now. But Aimbot still chooses to push the player back. Goblin was the one who was being dished with damage and is still the one being dished with damage. The last 4 seconds of the play zone, and as soon as it closes, it's time for the circle to shift, and it does. That's a big western shift coming through. A southern western shift. There is a lot of Los Leones compounds, but as soon as the shift happens, forever who are entering into the circle get spotted by the players of True Rippers, and True Rippers do not want to give them the entry.
I feel like that's the vice versa that actually happened. I mean, 2 of the players have been taken down of True Rippers. Forever Esports, they do tend to find some control in the eastern side, but talking about this entire circle, Forever Esports, they need to enter. It's a very long journey that they need to cover up, but before that, they need to diminish the entirety of True Rippers. 1 finish has been found out, 3 of the players still remaining, but this time, whatever Forever decides, it has to be in a quicker way. If they tend to extend this fight a tad bit longer, it would be really hard for them to enter the circle, because the circle is way too far. If they make a late entry, they might be caught off guard, but the shots being fired from the side of Jelly. Just a couple of more bullets being connected. They could have found out some more opening out there, but it's going to be IQOOSOUL versus Hero Extreme Godlike right in front of our eyes. Jonathan cooking up a nade. Mani in a good position with the Molotov.
Oh.
It did not go inside, rather it hit him. So that's going to be tough for Mani to survive, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they're facing and going down one after another, but it all comes down to Manya and company to clear things off, but Sim, it's a 1v2 for him.
Couldn't hold it off. Manya played it better. He knew he had the higher ridge advantage. Let the player move up, and that is the end for Hero Extreme Godlike. Played it smart, knew why the IGL he is, and now he's done the deed. Hero Extreme Godlike, yes, they've not been having a great time. That was a fight that they would have wanted to convert. They did put down the players from IQOOSOUL, but it was not enough. The fight doesn't die down. The Los Leones compounds now heavy with artillery. It's the Cincinnati kids. Zeref, the man who saved them in the first game, can he save them across? Wild Fangs on the other, across the compound. It is going to be the previous winner chicken dinner team. Anuj 2OP spotted out in the open. Will drive really well and dodge as much as bullets. He did receive chip damage. Not much to be worried about. He is not going to yield to the opponents of Cincinnati kids. Will be able to move across. This fight will not die down here, because they are not the only team in the Los Leones compounds. As you could see, there's BLITZ as well as in close quarters, learn from past, and a little across is even Rising Inferno Esports.
This is a circle in which I feel like at least two teams will be benefiting. One is going to be ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. The second one should be Wild Fangs. This is their home terrain. They know how to play along with it, and I really expect them to find some more and more finishes on their side, learn from past. All the four players being tackled in the one same position. Honey, it can be really problematic situation, but the instant trade fire coming up from his teammate, Silopi, did the job. Otherwise, Zeref, he would have got that one opening, and that could have been a little bit of problematic situation for learn from past. As for now, ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, they do have the height advantage, which is actually one of the crucial factors for them right now.
Wild Fangs on Moneymakers. Aditya out in the open. That should be a free finish, and that's a quick grab from Zeref. He spotted the player, did not let it go. That's smart. And Cincinnati Kids, they've just cut the sound. They're just waiting for the other teams to battle amongst themselves. They have a really good higher advantage. Spot Spray God. Flock. Good damage on Spray God, but thankfully him instantly slamming. The door was open, could get into it and close the door and just move away from him. But it's not going to be enough now that his position is compromised. Rising Inferno Esports on the other end, a little bit of a split in the compound that they have. That is good control that they have as the circle is closing in, less than 10 seconds left, and then we are going to see a shift. If that shift works out, teams in the center, they could be happy, but the other teams on the extremities, they will be pushing in. But it seems like the teams in the center, they are happy. As the circle shifts, it's dead towards the center, and there it is. This is what we said. They might be happy, but then is where the push happens, and the push happened, and Rising Inferno Esports, they're facing the Wrath, and that Wraith is now coming in terms of Wild Fangs as well as ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, and both of them, they one by one are getting finishes in their name.
It's not a great position. Jatin and Owen, just last two survivors from their team in that one big fire building. It's going to be a tough task for them to hold that particular position if the circle stays over them, because at least one or two teams will be looking forward to get that position for themselves. But Clutch God, he was way too out in the open, will be caught off guard by Saif. That's a really good opening for the side of Wild Fangs, and Spray God all left alone. He has to do the bigger job. But is it going to be that easy? Because Wild Fangs, they will be looking forward to advance. They have got True Rippers in the close proximity and the vicinities around him. Spray God has not been able to deliver his performance in the past two matches, but this is the moment of shining. If he shine out at this position, wiping the entirety of True Rippers, he can gain at least 3 more and 3 crucial points for his team.
It's going to be tough, Necros here. True Rippers, they do manage to get closer. They also manage to kind of almost wipe the opponent, but there is always a surprise package that the opponent packs, and they are the ones to close it out. True Rippers, if they're able to hold their ground here, it should work out in their favor. However, ONEPLUS, this is what we've been talking about at ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. They've had this higher ground for quite often some time now, and it's been working out in their favor. The higher ground means they have vision all across the Los Leones compounds, and because the circle shifted in that direction, they don't have to be worried about for the next 13-14 seconds and another additional minute or two. So they will have control over this. Cincinnati kids, Juicy, Mighty, Zerif, Flock, all the 4 players surviving. They're hearing all the bullets being rattled. Juicy makes a jump. He should have spotted the player from True Rippers in that jump across the building. IQOOSOUL, the last 2 players, Manya and Gokul, they have 4 total finishes in their name. They would want a lot more. But with the last 2 players surviving, it's going to be tough. And if they try to fight now, they're at the center of all the action.
So many teams, Urban Circle. I really like this because you do see a lot of action that happens in the very end circle. Everybody tends to wait inside their hard compounds, not
6
a lot
finishes.
of open areas. But for now, IQOOSOUL, 2 of the players remaining, they might have got 6 finishes for themselves indeed, but if they want to go up front, it's going to be a tough task. But because they're all surrounded by teams. One side you will find Learn from Past, there is another side you will find Rising Inferno squad, but the circle, it favors them. It favors Cincinnati kids as well. And the split that Cincinnati kids have, it's really promising. I mean, look at how many finishes that they can accumulate for themselves if they play it right.
But I think a better position is here for Learn from Past. But forever, they're on the outsides of the circle. They spot the players from True Rippers. On the other end, it's Venom. As they are at the north of the circle, they spot the players from BLITZ. This is right now a northeastern fight that is happening. 2 teams attacking on 2 teams inside the circle. Learn from Past, they're at the dead center of this and they have not revealed their position. Just like we were talking about Cincinnati kids, however, Cincinnati kids have a higher ground. You were just talking about that. We were exclaiming that that should be a good position for them to fight from, at least for now. BLITZ, with the last 2 players, Tokyo and Rambo, they've not found a single finish. Finally, they're able to retaliate on the team who are outside the circle. Long range damage coming through on Alto and Aimbot across another compound. While FANGS, they have 1 finish, and that's on Sensei. And they're so close to none other than LIKHITA Esports. And look at the amount of nades being cooked. But Saif, he is also trying to retaliate with a nade of his own. But this action might give space for the others to make and known of the position of Wild Fangs. And that's the reason Saif trying to make his way in. At least one of the players are inside so that they can let the other players slowly smooth their way in. Otherwise, it's going to be too tough for Wild Fangs to get back in the circle. They're fighting out from the outside. And on that edge, there is the Cincinnati kids at the higher ground. So if they're not cautious enough, this is going to be a gone game. And there it is, the opening. True Rippers, they're the ones who find. Pukar is down. Aimbot on the other end from Cincinnati kids. Jelly closes it on Pukar. And God's Reign are also in trouble. As right now, Scary George starts opening up.
He is scared. Everybody should be scared of this one player. Scary George, he's one of the emerging stars, but right as now, Sensei has been taken down. Kyoya, he's stepping up the game. He's getting the frags, but Wild Fangs, one after another. The players are falling down. They're into shambles, but Kyolamau still fighting it out till his last breath. He's trying to find out the openings. He finds down Omega. That's a really good opening, but the blue zone will be giving him the hefty amount of damage, and he won't be able to survive that one. But True Rippers, they're already on a roll. It's all about the death race that they're putting up themselves in. But as the compound that they're slamming in, it's going to be IQOOSOUL to welcome them.
It's not looking good, and there it is. The finishes. Gokul puts them down instantly, and it's all down to Jelly in a 1v2, trying his best, but they spot him, and Gokul is the one to put him down. That's a 1v2 being converted. IQOOSOUL standing tall. Kyolamau goes down to the zone, and that is the end for True Rippers. Unfortunate for them, 8 total finishes here for IQOOSOUL, and they are, along with Learn from Past, inside the circle. Every other team maybe at the edge or still trying to enter. This is a really good advantage, and especially for the team we were talking about from a long time, Cincinnati kids. Their higher ground is not going to work. The circle is going to be starting to close their 58 seconds to play and make a mark. If they don't play right now, it is all going to go down, and that's going to be a problem for them. 50 seconds on the clock. VASISTA Esports. Zin, he converts, but instantly on Hector they find a knock. But gone God's Reign. Fury also capitalizing, and that should put the ends for the God's Reign and also close the hammer. And that is God's Reign going out. They do not find anything, and not even any placement points. Cincinnati Kid, we spoke about this. They have to start making the moves, and finally, as soon as they do, they spot the players from forever, and now they have to convert. And right next to them is going to be learn from past. This is going to be a sandwich situation. If Cincinnati Kids play smart, they will come out on top.
Flock has got the most important position out of all the players of Cincinnati Kids. If he can manage to provide the exact support his team desires, this might be a game changer. But Mighty has been taken down, and now Trace God comes as the party spoiler. Zeref has been taken down by Beast Forever. This is a game that they wanted to showcase from a very longer period of time, and right now they are doing it. But out of all these commotion, learn from past, they're intact. Not a single sound cue being thrown away, and right now one good nade can just do the job. Manya is trying to hold on to his position as one of the players has been taken down. It would be a tough job to get this revival done, but Manya has to do something better. Gokul, he can be compromised, but he's just trying to survive as long as possible. It's Fury up against Manya.
A 1v1 over there. Zin as well as Katie George were finished off. Flock was trying to get inside, but this is the thing that we're talking about. Cincinnati Kids couldn't make a play, and they've been put out and they've swept out. That's the end of them. Same goes for Rising Inferno squad. A jump's been heard. Manya is down. Fury wants to hold him off. This 1v1. This is heated up. If VASISTA come out on top of this, they'll be able to jump up on the overall leaderboard. Fury has to step up. 8 finishes for VASISTA, 8 finishes for IQOOSOUL. They're trying to find an opportunity with the nade. Fury was able to spot him but not convert on that knock or the finish. He does get on the player who's already knocked. Gets that into 9. The gears rolling for VASISTA Esports. A nade ready, but that was 1 of the 8 that was left. He has 7 right now in his bag. He's looking forward to a lot more, changing directions quickly as much as possible. This is the fight, but forever. They've also started to move in. They're also so close to learn from past.
Oh my god, look at this. Beast has been taken down. Not a great sign. Silopi, the MVP for the side of Learn from Past. He have learned his lessons from the past, and he's showcasing what he is capable of right now. Right here in the smack center. Fury will be taking down Manya. The eye just stepping up, but that's gonna be Hellfire being rained upon Manya. IQOOSOUL. They get taken down, and barely Trace God survives. Learn from past in that driver's seat positioning, but Anuj is confirming all the finishes. This is a game. This is a golden game for the likes of Wild Fangs. They have got 10 finishes in their name, and now Learn from past, they have to come out in the open.
Learn from past. They've been hiding in those compounds, but Anuj to OP a little bit of an edge, and that's where Yesh spots him. Anuj somehow drops down. They're not inside the circle. Trace God has to help him. Trace God was the first one to fall from the hills, but he was able to survive that. Now he's not so close to Anuj. The play zone is closing in. They spot him out in the open, and Honey gets that finish in his name. Forever Phoenix, the last man standing, 2 finishes, is looking forward to ending on the top 2. But Trace God, that is a big clutch if he wants to do it. It's not going to be possible for him. A 1v4 if he has to pull out. All of them have to line up. He has a lot of utilities on his belt, but can he clutch with all of it? All the power that he has. They're trying to do their best. Throw the throwables. They got closer to the crate. Oh no, that is not a great nade. He missed it. It went in the other direction, and now they're closing the gap, and there's nothing much he could do. He was swarmed by the players of Learn from Past, and Learn from Past. The matches, as they progress, they've learned from it all, and it looks like this winner chicken dinner is theirs. There's nobody taking it away. Phoenix, his last few first aids, but all he can do is just hope for the play zone, and with that, it is going to be a big winner chicken dinner from Learn from Past. What a game coming in from there, and imagine Cincinnati Kids also had a similar play, similar position that they could do. However, the circle moved away from them, and they couldn't make a play out of it. However, for Learn from Past, an advantage and a luck, the circle was in their favor. They played it right, finished off the players next to them, and now they have the winner chicken dinner under their belt, and that's going to give them a lot of points.
Exactly, at least 10 placement points, and out of which they have got 5 finishes in their name. Total 15-point a game for them, but also that one mistake Cincinnati Kids did, they had to take down Wild Fangs before going and moving inside the circle. Flock had an important position. They had to hold off Forever Esports at any cost. They failed to do that. Wild Fangs got the opening. Anuj to OP had the best of the best position inside inside the circle from where he literally got so many finishes. But one thing, if Anuj had survived a little bit more longer, or at least would have got at least maybe a 1 or 2 knock against Learn from Past, things could have been different, because the way Wild Fangs were playing, the way Trace God was in form, it wouldn't have been a very heavy task for that one lad to pull off a 1v2 in the very last moment if Anuj had survived. But nope, it did not happen. Even Forever finished in the second position. They will have 6 placement points for themselves, but this match, this Miramar was a pure entertainment one.
Yeah, I think as of now, what we witnessed was just too good. In terms of all the teams performing, right, we kind of spoke about every team in all 4 different corners of these last few circles, Los Leones compounds. We knew it could be an all-out brawl, an all-out breakout, and that's what happened. A lot of teams who wanted to make their way inside the compounds, they fell flat. The teams who had the higher ground, they tried their best, but once the circle started moving, they were a little too away from the circle itself to make their move, or they had fewer numbers. Now, Wild Fangs, as you spoke about it, right, they had a good position, but they did not have enough numbers to cover their backs once they started to make their move towards the circle itself. However, we'll break this down further, but right after the break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Skyesports Championship 2025. My name is Lucifer. Back on desk with me is Necros. We are here in the upper brackets playoffs day one. We witnessed 5 amazing matches, but it's not done. We still have one more game at the end of the day to see where the leaderboard stands. As of now, we did speak about it, but teams over the time have changed their course. Every other team that we've been seeing one after another have been picking up their performances and gotten their winner chicken dinner. Necros, what do you think this last match has for us before we jump into the standings?
Again, it's going to be the classic map of Erangel, right? And every team will be looking forward to grab that chicken dinner. For the teams, those who have already gotten in the past 5 matches. They will be looking forward to get the second one. But for the teams, those who haven't had the taste of the chicken dinner, specifically teams like IQOOSOUL, they will be looking forward to get the best out of the match. But before that, we will hop on to the breakdown of what happened in the map of Miramar. And Trace God, this player has done some exceptional job. 5 finishes. He is the table topper in the MVP rank with the #1 in his name tag, alongside with the 5th finish contribution of 50%. Throughout the match, we did see what Trace God did, from jumping into the areas of Los Leones, from holding onto the compounds and getting every finish that he could see in his way.
Yeah, I think kudos to him and his teammates. As you could see, he had 5 finishes, another 5, and his team has a total of 10. With the additional 5 position points they got, is a total of 15 that they have forever. The last man surviving, even though their team had just 2 finishes, he survived till the end, gave his team 6 placement points, which gave them a total of 8. But learn from past, they have total of 15, as same as Wild Fangs. Then coming in is Soul. They look like they could have had a lot more, however, a little missed out here and there. The last 2 survivors, Manya tried his best, but it was Trace God to put him to rest. And there you see instantly, as we were talking about Trace God, his team, Wild Fangs, they jump up to the top with a difference of 6 total points from Autobots themselves. This game for Autobots was not that great. We were talking about them. They had a fight very early on outside the edges of the circle, and eventually they were just swept out. We even saw one of the players running away to survival, but that player also get eliminated by Venom, and they finished him off. Aimbot and Altu were there. By the time Altu and Aimbot were able to weigh in, they couldn't. Cincinnati kids learn from past. Inferno, Soul Forever, and VASISTA Esports with the top 8 of the overall rankings.
One good match could bring you in the top 8, and that's where you can see that IQOOSOUL, they have done something. VASISTA Esports, they've also jumped up the ladder, as we mentioned earlier. For IQOOSOUL, it was an very, very important match. And when you talk about Gokul, the new addition to their team, the kind of impact that he has brought up in this map of Miramar was exceptionally well, having 5 solo finishes in his name. But on the other chart, in the bottom 8 teams, Moneymakers, after even having 1 single chicken dinner, they literally crumbled down in every other match that they played from the last Miramar that we witnessed. From the second match to the 5th one, they haven't had a great performance. The first Erangel was not that great as well. Sanhok, Erangel, and this Miramar, they had a similar storyline of getting eliminated earlier on. But this Erangel, my friend, it's going to be really, really important for Moneymakers if day 1 in the top 5.
Now I am worried for the other teams. Wild Fangs, they're already on the top, and this is 2 consecutive maps that they have showcased best performances. If they had more numbers, it could have been a back-to-back winner chicken dinner on Miramar as well. It was Trace God, last man surviving. If one of the nades also even bombarded, I think it could have had an opportunity to find an opening. Unfortunate that it did not happen. It kind of rallied or rattled on the barrels and then just threw itself back. However, this is another game. This is another opportunity. So far, I think Anush 2OP, Sen Saif, as well as Trace God, they've been doing a fantastic job. It is going to be crucial if they're able to find another winner chicken dinner. I think on day 1 itself, they can kind of safely call themselves in the top 8, because it's not going to be easy to get to 60 points right on day 1, but it seems like Wild Fangs are on the highway track to get themselves 60 and plus, and if they do it, it's going to be trouble for everybody else. Autobots on the other end, you were just talking about Moneymakers, right? They got their winner chicken dinner, and after that, they're not in the overall rankings. They have been swept out of the top 8. That tells us that Autobots, who have had a consistent game until right now before Miramar, we saw them having at least a little bit of finishes, little bit of placement points. However, in the last one, it was not much. They couldn't talk a lot. They were instantly wiped out. There was just too many teams fighting amongst them in the direction that they were in, and eventually had to run out. Is this map going to work out for them? The last map for the day is going to be on their angle, the flight path, to see which team takes off to victory.
A big question and a lot of answers to be answered by the teams, by the players. And right now, the captain of this flight will be Lamar from True Rippers, and we do see the flight path starting from the areas of Stolber, ending across on the western side of Query. The diagonal flight path will be helping all the teams to reach to their respective drop location. But when we talk about the performances of what happened in the past 5 matches, so many big names are also there, Lucifer, who haven't even showed their true performance, their true class. One of the biggest names is going to be God's Reign, followed by IQOO Orangutan, Hero Extreme Godlike. They have not been in the picture of top 5 at all in the last 5 matches.
Yeah, I think except for game 1 and 2 is where God's Reign as well as Orangutan, they were able to kind of do much. Even I think Godlike, if we kind of bring, it was only the first map. After that, it's been very tough. Even in the last one where we saw at least them finding knocks, but they were unable to find the finishes. IQOOSOUL, they were the ones to close it out. This map is going to be crucial. For now, at least on day 1, the BGMI gods have been lenient. They have let the teams go wherever they want. The flight path has not been unjust, has not been troubling. Teams, however, had fights, especially Orangutan very early on. I'm not too sure if they're experimenting right as of now, but it's been quite often in the previous 5 games. They might find 1, they might find 2, but after that, it is their 4-member team that have been found and swept out. Is it going to be the same thing? Now, right close to them, as Orangutan have dropped around Rozok with the split, it seems like Learn From Past are also close by, and things go right for Learn From Past. It could be a sandwich with IQOOSOUL also trying to help them out, but Learn From Past, they have a big split, and they will be looking forward to just vehicles and making the run. That's going to be an end of the flight path all the way towards Quarry's end. There where True Rippers have landed and right close to Cincinnati kids. Could be a fight there, but the circle says I'm going to go Northwestern. A big shift where a lot of teams are missing.
Autobots will be really happy, and they've started things off earlier on. This time Rambo is the first one to go down, but Toxic, he has been traded off with Dazzler, Blitz and Autobots. It's a love story that nobody would love to enjoy in that particular Georgia Pool Northern City. But right as now, Autobots, feels like they do have a little bit of advantage because the major of the knockouts was from the side of Autobots itself. But Toxic needs a quick revival while none of the finishes have been confirmed yet. While Blitz, they seem to be struggling. This is a compound fight, not much loot to play along with. But Blitz, if they find some better loot compared to Autobots, they might just overpower them. But this is not the right situation. Lobster, he's on a hunt. The shots have been connected, but not enough to put him down.
Now this is too early right now. They don't have much to play around with. Not good weapons. Lobster up close to his teammate with the opponent who has a pump. Playing smart, learning left and right, moving across the compounds. Rambo's finish has also been confirmed. Arip on easy to wipe as well, and that is going to be an end for Blitz. Not a great start, unfortunately. Everybody swept out on the North Giorgio. But there was a team who were trying to get closer. It was Moneymakers, and it seems like they've decided to not stay there as soon as they saw that it was not a team that we wanted to take a fight. However, a little bit of a disconnection issue. I think Ralphie, we did see him up across the roof and nothing in terms of his end. However, his teammates, for now at least, have covered, and the circle also is right now in favor of them. So they don't have to be worried about it. IQOOSOUL, we spoke about them, so close to Orangutan, even Learn From Past, but it seems like not much of a trouble. As IQOOSOUL at school, nobody is closer to them there. And we were speaking about this, it is Moneymakers. They were closer to the North Giorgio, but as soon as they heard a lot of sound, they knew it's going to be tough to loot over there, and if we make a mistake, it could be an end of their run. Their run so far in the previous 5 games have not been great, and this is going to be a good step. They go to the containers, go for a loot, and then figure out what's the next approach, because right now, the circle and the position that they are in, there are not a lot of teams that they have to worry about.
You know, I was laughing a lot after seeing what just happened in the Georgia Northern City. Just imagine you're Ralphie. You just got disconnected as soon as you jumped off the plane, and you just come back inside the game and you see like your team has got 4 finishes. You'll be wondering, what just happened? Guys, did I miss something? And
they'll be like, it's just the trailer, man. You just missed the trailer. It's okay. The actual movie is about to begin. You were just in time. It's just like you making a time into the movie hall. And also, the best time is you missing those trailers and ads that are getting played. So you're right in for the movie. And Ralphie, hopefully, fingers crossed. I've been wishing the best for him in this metaphor. Hopefully, it is the same case.
I mean, he's a lucky guy. Just because he was on the roof, nobody spotted him. Imagine him being on the ground floor. He would have been a dead man, but yep. He's still there. He will be looking forward to get some finishes for himself as well, because he was the MVP in the match that we saw. But now it's going to be Zayn versus Entirety. Oh, Moneymakers. One after another. The fight doesn't leave him, but Zayn has to pull off a great clutch. He finds the second one. That's going to be Aditya on his way. This young lad is about to create history, and in front of him he's got the proest of the pros, but Aditya facing some consequences, but eventually manages to get him down. Hector and Zayn Two of the players have been compromised. Moneymakers trying to make the survival from this position, but Clutch God, one good nade, can finish off, can just do a hefty amount of damage, but Joker gets taken down. Scary Jod bringing up the sparks, bringing up the fireworks. He's barely surviving the low HP. There has to be the backup coming up from behind, but it's all about moments as we see Clutch God and his company going all in and wiping the entirety of VASISTA Esports out of this game on the Georgia Pull Everest.
Hats off to Zin to kind of hold them off for such a long time, right? They're such an experienced team playing together with the addition of Spraygoat over there. It was very tough to hold those forces off. Tried his best, but again, Clutchgod and Spraygoat joining forces, they jumped right into the game, and once it happened that one after the player from players of VASISTA were swarming, it became easier for them to separate those pieces, and they got those knocks and eventually the finish and then the wipe. And I think with casualty, it's going to be even more hurtful for the side of Moneymakers that they had to lose 2 of their players before they could get control of that fight. Yes, they will have 4 in their name, but with 2 players as a loss, they have to play even more strategic, calculate what they would want to do in their next steps, and that's going to be a hard one to do, especially when we were talking about them maybe initiating a fight with Autobots. They were in the containers, and from there they went to the hills, and in that Everest they end up losing a lot more than they gambled for.
And even that position is not going to be that easy to handle or kind of hold, because Everest is a position where every team looks forward to chime in and get the hold again because of the topographic advantage that you get in these kind of circles. And as far as I'm seeing in the map feed, IQOOSOUL, LIKHITA Esports, and Learn From Past, 3 teams are there in the close proximity, as well as IQOOSOUL. They have made their mark in the Everest and pushed away the players of Moneymakers out from the Everest towards the containers. And I don't know, I mean, I still have this question in my mind that it's okay, you want to get the topographic advantage, you want to get the height advantage for yourself, but why would you leave the containers in that kind of position and go up when you know the circle is favoring the Georgia Pull Southern City? You could even stay intact, because for Moneymakers, they did not had a really great start of the day today.
Yeah, I think it was just after map 2, but after that, as you rightfully said, they've been unable to hold their forces or stand strong on their feet. I mean, same goes for even VASISTA Esports. Individually, they get picked off and then the team instantly attacks. Now, that was unfortunate of the timing for VASISTA Esports. The timing for them to move in, join the force, and then figure out that they were about to take Everest and they already see another team. That was a surprise to them. Venom on the other end, they might be happy that their ex-teammate right now is not there in the lobby anymore. They wouldn't have to fight with him. It has happened that Venom and VASISTA have also locked horns. They fought against each other. It's not been the best or the cleanest of fights. There have been finishes exchanged off, but I'm pretty sure they would want to do a lot. LIKHITA Esports on the other end. Puka with a new set of Kioya and Omega joining the fray. It is going to be interesting to see. Just like how we were talking about VASISTA Esports, LIKHITA Esports also have to start finding their footing. So far, VASISTA Esports, even if they go out, they've been able to manage and find a couple of finishes here and there. And that's what they did now as well. LIKHITA Esports, on the contrary, if it's a good game, it's a good game. If it's a bad game, it's a gone game for them. Same has been replicated here on Rising Inferno Esports. After we saw their first winner chicken dinner, hey, where are they? They're not in the overall ranking. We expected a lot more. Their aggression looked good. But after them swept out on match 2 itself on Miramar, we've never seen them making it after top 8 in a match, particularly in any map.
It's been a bumpy ride for them, right? And right as of now, we do see Wildfangs in the close proximity as well. It's going to be a tough task for Rising Inferno squad if they want to deal with them outside in the blue zone, take the fight, take them down right in the rotation, because Wildfangs, they're hungry. And with the kind of finishes and the kind of momentum that they carry within themselves right now, it's going to be a tough task for Inferno squad to deal with them if they are just pouncing onto their side. Because what I see in the map feed is that Wildfangs, they're chasing the players of Rising Inferno Esports. But on the other side of the map, it's going to be God's Reign on our screens. Justin and the company rotating from down south. They have a really clear path to enter inside the circle, because most of the teams are exactly in the dead center, finding some sweet spots to play around, finding the hard compounds. Most importantly, the teams, those who are in a dire need of points to be in the top 8, They're much more intended to play the position-oriented gameplay.
Learn from past, this is what they did on Miramar. Got the center of the circle, and from there on went to convert to a winner-winner chicken dinner. And right now, it seems to replicate the same. They have the center of the circle, but it's too early to call it the center or even them having control of it. There are a lot of teams around it. Now, this is split between the main island of Erangel as well as the shooting range. So it's going to be tough for them to keep control of it. Here, Extreme Godlike, we were talking about it, just around shooting range is what they are. And in that position, there's not much teams. Below them, yes, we end up seeing even Venom. We just spoke about them. Orangutan also close by, just about Rozok. And then as we was talking about it, it is Autobots, and they spot the players from True Rippers. Unfortunate. True Rippers, any time that they make their move into another compound, they've always been spotted. But Sam tries to counter, finds an opening, and that's Toxic down. 5 finishes in the name of Autobots, and they will want to convert this. They want to clear off this North Jojo. If this is an opportunity that they can convert, they will try their best. 3 more nades on Ralphie. He is throwing his best, but they're not hitting the mark. Lobster is in close quarters. Arib is also there to help. But look at Jelly's position. That's a smarty pants move. Nobody has any clue about it. But nobody is also coming in from the left flank, Necros.
That's exactly where Jelly, this decision can just cost him out. But looking onto the fight, we have to see how things are going to turn around. But Aditya is waiting for a surprise. He found one. Might just get a second one. But no, it's going to be Likhita Esports, who doesn't allow this one. Kyoya, he got taken down. So many smokes invested because this is a key player. Kyoya has always been the torrent of every other team that he's been a part of. So for Kyoya to survive, it's really important for his team to put all the efforts in making it happen that this man stays alive till the end circle, because the value he puts up, he brings up towards the team, it's incredible, it's impeccable. But right now, Likhita Esports, the compound that they're holding, it's way too open. They need to find some better compounds inside the circle. The Georgia Northern City will be completely vacant as of now, because in the western end, it was all about True Rippers and Autobots happening, and the fight is still underway. But this fight, 2 finishes being acquired, that will mark the end of Moneymakers, and that's another tragic exit from another Erangel.
They're not going to be happy about it. But one team will be happy is going to be IQOOSOUL. They have complete control of Everest. Because of the early fights, all the other teams, they decided to stay away from Everest, and especially with the circle only having the southern side of the Everest, they are like, it could change. Maybe not a position to stay, but we might expect a hard shift. As of now, things could work out in the favor of IQOOSOUL. So far, Moneymakers, VASISTA, ESPORTS and BLITZ are the 3 teams who have been completely wiped here on the last game of day 1. Match 6. Autobots, a brilliant conversion that we ended up seeing on BLITZ, as well as keeping the players of True Rippers away. Now it seems like True Rippers, somehow they made their distance from the players of Autobots, but they're moving towards the sides of Likhita Esports, who just controlled the aggression coming in from Moneymakers. If True Rippers jump upon that train, it seems like it's going to be Likhita Esports who are going to convert those finishes in their name. That's going to be an additional 2 in their bag, and they would be able to climb back in the overall rankings. God's Reign, a similar team who have had a tough time climbing back in the overall rankings. In matchup 1 and 2, we saw a brilliant performance coming in. Destro, Justin, Delta, and the new joinee Apple. However, they've not made their mark. They spotted a player up above the hills trying to do the damage, but it was only Chip coming in from Justin, only grazing the opponent. But that is information for IQOOSOUL.
Oh, look at this. Finish feed. Hero Extreme Godlike against Venom Gaming. Simp has been taken down in a retaliation, but before going down, he made sure that he will take down at least one of the players. Jonathan coming into the picture. He needs to pounce on the nades. Venom Gaming, they're all tucked in that one big dip. So many nades will be invested. Aimbot right in the open. Zygote spots him out, but misses all these shots entirely. Zarix came out in the open, got punished eventually, and in the blink of an eye, Venom Gaming has been decimated. But 2 players being compromised. Hero Extreme Godlike not in a very good position, because Wildfangs are here to pounce on that situation, and will find Zygote. Jonathan left all alone. He has to do the heavy lifting. Just few moments ago, there was nobody in the northern corridor, and right now the shift has happened, and it's all about Godlike Jonathan against the odds of Wildfangs.
There's even rising Inferno Esports who are going to cause some trouble while Fangs have been spotted by them. Jonathan as well. And there is no safety net here for Jonathan. He has to try to make a runaway. If he cannot, that's the end for Hero Extreme Godlike. A nade and Jonathan, what a way for him to make his way out of the trenches, closer to his buggy, but is it going to be an opportunity for him to make a run for it? Somehow has dodged the senses of Wild Fangs, but Wild Fangs are not stopping and retaliating bullets. Nade being cooked from Seth. It is on a volley. Does it find the close proximity? It does hit, does the damage to the buggy. And on the other end, Jatin getting closer. He was the one to knock Z-God and the finish was taken from Wild Fangs. Now he is so close. His teammates should be right behind him. Wild Fangs, do they continue this or do they move in another direction? It seems like they moved in another direction and Jatin might get knocked or caught. Jonathan trying to hold this off has cut the sound and Wild Fangs figuring it out if there is still another player at the edge of the circle or have they moved out.
A wise decision will be not to move out right now. Wild Fangs, they are just waiting, they are baiting for Jonathan to come outside so that they can convert it to another finish. Trace God is already in the positioning. That buggy, that one McLaren, can it just take him out of this ditch? That's a bigger question. The shots will be fired, it's going to be a tough task for him, but Wild Fangs, they do have the entirety of the Eastern Command for themselves. They have claimed it onto their side, but Jonathan, he will be lucky. He will be the lucky one to escape from that situation. But for how long can this solo player survive? That's a big question because all the three finishes that has been acquired by Hero Extreme God, like in this particular match, has been acquired by Jonathan himself. The other three players, they did have done their own contribution, but not enough to find their own finishes. But this circle is a big testament for a lot of teams. Learn from past, still outside. They have to convert it to a big, big journey. The shots being fired, the positions are being compromised. It's going to be IQOO Orangutan right in front of them. But the main thing that I like about Learn from Past is that they always play together. They don't go for big splits, and which does help them a lot in a team battle.
Split you were talking about is God's Reign. They were split up and one after another their players got picked off. God's Reign, we're talking about them. They had to show up a brilliant performance. They have the last two survivors. Unfortunate, Justin and Apple. Both of them swept, cleaned off. This is the split that you do not want, and that is a split that you do not want your players yielding down to and giving away their finish points. Cincinnati kids, they found a shelter. Going in for a loot, and in the meantime, Flock covering their back. Spots the player up on the roof. Could have been an opening where Mighty could have pushed, but this is Flock just pushing that player off from the roof. The next time that they move out from the shelter, Phoenix should not have his eyes here. That is his intention. Mighty on the other end did get hit pretty bad. As you can see, he's been dropped to half of his health. He will be able to patch himself up. On the other end, AUTOBOTZ still on the north. Giorgio. The circle has moved from the main island of Erangel to the northern island. And with shooting range, the northern edges of Giorgio is where we end up seeing all the teams making their move. Everybody is surrounding around the crate which is just dropped. But the circle again makes a shift, and that is a big one. It is out of Giorgio. Just barely grazing the edge of the north or the fewer compounds of Giorgio. And that is going to be interesting as teams now will have an open land battle. Raising Inferno, and they are looking forward to stopping Jonathan. He is the one survivor. Looks like Jatin is right on Jonathan's tail. And Jonathan is dragging him right across. On the other end, Learn from Past finds one player out in the open. Unfortunate for Kiyoya, a player who they had saved. LIKHITA Esports now have a casualty to deal with.
Omega and the company still there, holding in the compounds. They had sent Kiyoya to get some good information about is there any team across the ridge, across that one big mountain. But that player has been completely compromised. Not a great sight for LIKHITA Esports to be in. They're dropped down to 3 players. But the kind of position that they have, Lucifer, it's really commendable. They can actually gatekeep IQOOSOUL if they're willing to cross the bridge alongside Learn from Past. For IQOOSOUL, it's going to be a big testament, but Goblin wants to make sure that there's nobody who can stop them out. The shots being fired, the damage has been done, but not enough to get an opening. It's either IQOOSOUL has to go for a very long rotation from the Giorgio Southern City bridge and then enter Giorgio Northern City and then enter the circle, which is almost not a viable decision in my opinion. But if Manya wants to, he will, and it feels like they are going for that approach itself. Omega, they have spotted him out, but Knuckle is the first one leading. Gokul is the one leading the charts, leading the rotation from the side of IQOOSOUL, but now it's going to be Wild Fangs against the odds. Forever Esports Phoenix has been taken down alongside these Wild Fangs. They're going wild and bonkers in this entire match of Erangel so far.
They're looking unstoppable. So is Orangutan. They want to get back into the game. Rising Inferno also causing trouble for Forever. Shots being taken on Wild Fangs, but R2 immediately knocked down. However, Rising Inferno Esports, we were talking about them. Trace got the MVP player for Wild Fangs, knocked and finished off. 4 finishes in their name. Safe also being hit with bullets, but they have to get to a dip, get to safety, and that's what they do. They decide to cut sound because Rising Inferno Esports, they're at the edge of the circle, gatekeeping everybody from entering, and R2's knock will be taken in name for Owen. That's 4 total finishes in their name. In the meantime, even AUTOBOTZ, they find the players of IQOOSOUL. Manya is down and finished under Gokul. He's answering back. Ralphie's been knocked, but Lobster, he is back in action. He puts Gokul down, instantly gets his finish, and that is AUTOBOTZ still trying to stay on the top of the overall rankings as they find Nakula as well, and that should be the end as the last few players of IQOOSOUL have been cleaned off. There might be still one last player surviving, but Forever, their aggression, they still have one player, and we spoke about the one player even on IQOOSOUL. That's Goblin, the last standing man. He spotted Lobster, but the door got closed on him, and now he's playing in the play zone. This is a tough position to be in, and Goblin through the edges of the window. Lobster closes it out, and that is IQOOSOUL out.
Lobster is a pure monster. Right there, he's the oceanic god. But right now, Team True Rippers, they're also looking forward to get as many finishes as possible. Destro, he's the solo player surviving. He will be looking forward to hunt Lobster down. He's out for fishing. But this Lobster seems really, really dangerous. Not suitable for any other team to devour. But right now, Sam, he's got some surprises from the side of Inferno squad. He got one knockout, will be confirming the finish as well. But look at the nades being bombarded onto that one pit. True Rippers, where are they heading right now?
We're talking about Rising Inferno Esports, a brilliant nade from PMW IGL. It's all down to kill them out. PMW IGL, Owen and Goten, and Owen pushes, and there is Sam as well with him. With barely any health, Sam still finds an opening. That is Owen out, but brilliant nade coming through from PMW IGL. It's down to the last man surviving, Kyolamau. He has to close this. The finish comes in the name for Rising Inferno Esports, but look at Kyolamau instantly in the vehicle, makes a run for it, does not give the opportunity, but at the same time, even the last man surviving from God's Reign, they find on Lobster, and Lobster gets put down, but Omega, he's making this move slowly and silently. They would have heard this. So close. The last 2 survivors from LIKHITA Esports, they have 2 finishes. Omega, he spots the players making their move. Puka's been given the call. Puka tries his best, but there's this little dip that comes across the hill, and they manage to make it to safety.
VASISTA Esports, they know that they have the players right across the corner, and they will look forward to clear the western corridor all for themselves because the circle has shifted towards the eastern side, and Hero Extreme Godlike's Jonathan is still surviving inside a small shack.
He's also found a
all
finish.
the information. Yeah, he's also found one finish. He's got 4 finishes in his name. He knows about all the positionings. He's just trying to get as many intel as possible because LIKHITA Esports is just above his head. One bad move can cost his position, cost his team's survival. But right as now, Omega, he does have an idea, and the nades will be popped off. LIKHITA Esports, they don't go for blind rushes. At first, they will look forward to gather the information. Then only they will look forward to advance. But Kyolamau coming up from behind can be a really, really good opportunity for a free finish for LIKHITA Esports. But Kyolamau, the shots have been fired. He's doomed at that position.
He's the last man standing, not too sure how he's going to work, but the play zone is also closing in. Goten's down, that's Seb from Wild Fangs who finds an opportunity. Pukar was getting closer to where Jonathan, the last man standing from Hero Extreme Godlike was, but can they close it? Yes, they do. And that is the end for Hero Extreme Godlike. What a brilliant move coming in from Pukar and co. That was much needed. They knew if they went ahead on the northern end, they couldn't close it. They had to move a little southern, push the player off, get a compound for themselves to at least survive for now. The play zone is still not closing in, and with that we also see the end for Rising Inferno Esports. Unfortunate for them, Goten I think was the last man surviving, gets swept off as they were trying to move. Learn from past. In the meantime, they still have all their 4 players surviving compared to anybody else in the lobby because this is the only team with all the 4 players standing.
slow and steady. This is the approach that Learn from Past have been following from the very start. And look at the kind of output that they're getting from all the matches that they are playing in that very similar strategy. Surviving to the top 5, getting the placement points, 4-5 finishes, 10 to 15 points. At least, I would say 10 point a game is what they are playing it on an average. And that's really something that I would like to see from their end. But Saif, he's got some different intentions. He found one, he found the second one. Saif is just a menace at this moment. IQOO Orangutan has been decimated single-handedly by Wildfang's Saif, and right now the entire circle belongs in the favor of Wildfangs, as they will look forward to not allow any trespassers like Learn from Past, like LIKHITA Esports, or maybe True Rippers as well. Kyolamau is surviving. He was doomed in that position, but nobody knows that that one player is still surviving at that point. But Sensei, he will have some company to deal with.
He has to make this work. Saif, he is stepping up in such a position. Pukar, in the meantime, gets the finish. Omega gets cleaned out from Saif, and Saif is not stopping. He gets even on Pukar. That is the end for LIKHITA Esports. This man, we were talking about Trace until now as a gem, but Saif has 8 finishes. He's the last man surviving, but honey, he steps up. He gets the pot for himself, and that is the circle. That should be the winner chicken dinner, and what a team this Learn from Past is not giving anybody else the opportunity. It is all down to the healers right now, the players who are trying to survive in the play zone because nobody is in the circle, and with the last player going out, it is a winner chicken dinner for Learn from Past. What a game! It is a back-to-back for them.
A team where you have got the MVP like Sahil OP, where you have got a brilliant assaulter like Arman, and 2 young guns like Honey and Yash. The potential seems really sky-touching, and this time Learn from Past, with every match that they are playing, they're showcasing that consistency is the key. Being slow, being steady is the key, and that's how you're going to qualify and make it to the grand finals. Learn from Past, they're setting some different benchmarks, and with every match, every fight they're taking, it seems like everything is calculated. It's like a proper mathematician just calculating, okay, if I put this X and then Y, then this is going to be the result. And Learn from Past, every rotation, every move, it's enormous.
Yeah, I think phenomenal game coming in from Learn from Past in terms of how they're executing, in terms of how they're entering into the circle. We spoke about it, right? When it was stage 2 itself, they had the center of the circle, but we did even mention that this center might not work in their favor. They would have to move around, and eventually they had to. They did not stay in that position, reveal their fights, and then take down a lot in their name. They just had 2 finishes while they were entering into the last 4-5 teams that were fighting, and they played smart. They waited for the opportunity. We spoke about this as well. I think around even when 6-7 teams were surviving, they were the only team with all the 4 players surviving, and they still played the smart game. They did not reveal their position. They were waiting for everybody else to fight amongst themselves, and that worked out in such a brilliant fashion. On the other end, we have to give kudos and credits to Saif. I think we were highlighting, putting the spotlight on Trace God. He did phenomenal job in the previous 3 maps that we've been seeing, but here in this map, the 3rd one, he did get eliminated. He still did do his job, but Saif, knowing that their crucial player, the player who everybody looks up to, has been eliminated, and Saif, showing his potential, showed us that this is what he is. This is why he was gotten into the team. The assaulting power that he has gone nowhere. We'll talk about it more, show you how much he has, and he should be the MVP after this break.
From individual bombastic clutches to properly calculated team fights, this final match of Erangel of day number 1 of upper brackets did give us a gist that what this upper bracket is all about. Yes, this is where the top 8 teams from where they will qualify to the LAN finale. But before that, this map of Erangel has got so many stories that are yet to be unfolded. From the clutch of Lobster, from the survival of Kulamau, from Saif getting 8 solo finishes to Jonathan surviving till the very end stages and getting the placement points for Hero Extreme Godlike. And at the end, again learned from past, securing a chicken dinner. This Erangel did show us that everybody is here to win and everybody is here to confirm their slot for the championship final.
Big time. And I think timing right as now from Learn From Past has been phenomenal, right? Their move into a fight, the timing for them to pick a fight, the timing for them to even convert on finishes when they know the other team is wounded. And I think that is a big advantage from Learn From Past as long as this timing keeps working in their favor. Previously, we spoke about the Miramar being luck, right, for them because the circle was just moving in their direction, it was closing in their direction, converging in their direction. But here, they showed us if the circle is not in our favor, how do we convert in the map? Initially they were in the center, the circle moved out towards the shooting range of the northern island of Erangel, and from there on they rotated, made their way in, and it worked out really well. Along with them, even kudos to Wild Fangs, and we spoke about it safe, their aggression was amazing. It looked unstoppable, and I think that has to give him the right to be the MVP here in our match 6 of day 1. 8 total finishes. He is not at the first spot of the MVP ranking, but if he continues to do this, he for sure will be. And this is him just letting us know, Necros, that he has the capability. He does not have to do it all the time, but when it is necessary for Wild Fangs to step up, when he needs the team to have a lot more points, he will do it and show.
Yeah, he has been doing this from a lot of time, from a longer period of time, whenever, like from the time he has joined Wild Fangs, from there till now, it's a long journey that he has stood up with this team alongside Sensei. And yeah, when you talk about Saif, he's always been that one emerging star. He's always been the MVP of his team. But talking about the points, yes, Learn From Past will have 14 more points added to their bag. Their strategy is simple and straight. We will survive till the very end. We'll gather 4 to 5 finishes and that's it. We are done with the chicken dinner. We'll bag up and move forward to the next match. But this time, even Autobots and True Rippers showed some really consistent performance. Thanks to Lobster's brilliant 1v4 clutch that happened against IQOOSOUL. They got 9 total finishes and 9 total points from this match.
Yeah, I think GODLIKE also to an extent stepped up, and kudos to Pukar as well as Omega, especially from LIKHITA Esports. We were talking about them where one end VASISTA Esports were able to find a couple of points here and there, and that's what they've done here also on the last game for day 1. Whereas LIKHITA Esports, they were missing in a lot of actions, but finally they were able to step up. However, is it going to be enough? Are they going to be closer to jumping up in the overall ranking? We'll see in the second page, but on top of the charts, it is still going to be Wild Fangs increasing their distance. They were at a distance of 6 points. Now they've doubled it, Necros, to 12 points from the second position team, that is Autobots, who is sitting at 52. Then comes in Learn From Past, and yes, truly on day 1 itself, their performance has changed. They've figured out the timing. They have 2 winner chicken dinners, and they're not far from the top 2. They just need 3 more points. They're at 49. Then comes in Rising Inferno Esports. We spoke about them. They were missing after map 1, and here in match 6, they step up. They're in the top 5, next with 5th at Cincinnati Kids.
And even IQOOSOUL, they have also made some jump. They have only 6 placement points, not enough to be on the top. And yep, they need to work on that. But talking about the teams in the bottom 8, we started with IQOO Orangutan with having only 8 points out of the 6 matches that they have played. It's a really big disastrous day for them. They would love to forget it and move on in the next day with a reset in their mind. Same goes for Hero Extreme Godlike, only 14 points out of the 6 matches, only 1 position point and 13 finishes. So again, that major factor comes in whether they have to survive till the very end, get some placement points for themselves, which is really necessary because only finishes won't get them the position from where they can qualify to the LAN finals. But a little bit happier for God's Reign and LIKHITA Esports. They have jumped up a little bit, trying to close up to the top 8 and manage it, that by the end of day 2, they can see themselves in the top 6 or top 5.
Yeah, I think easily these teams could make their mark because after top 5, right, every other team is at 30 points. 37 to 33 is what we end up seeing, then comes in Forever with 32 points. So a difference of 1 to 4 to 5 points is all they have, and tomorrow's game could be a 1-game break into a top 8, and that's what we ended up seeing from Rising, right? Rising, Inferno, Esports, they kind of missed out, and as soon as they had a good game, they were able to jump back into the top 5, and their aggression proved that they're able to do a lot. Right as of now, we speak about aggression. I think LIKHITA Esports as well as Team Venom have been doing a brilliant job in terms of aggression. Once they start finding those placement points, I think maybe they will also instantly jump to the top in the top 8 and maybe have a better chance. But hey, Necros, I think till day 2 we can keep seeing the shifts of the top 8, but it is day 3 where it'll strike on the hammer, where it will tell us the top 8, is it going to be looking difficult or is it going to be working out for teams? Because if they don't make their mark by day 3, day 4 is going to get tougher, and day 4 comes into where everybody will be on their jitters and especially pressure, because all these teams that we are seeing are yes with changes. So for them to work on that experience, to kind of work under pressure, it'll be very tough, Necros.
Exactly, and with the new players are also coming in, as you mentioned earlier as well, with the roster shuffles happening just before this tournament started. Again, we resumed the championship, all the rosters being shuffled up, new players coming in. It is something that takes time to build up the synergy, but still the way the teams are playing, the kind of aggression that they are putting in, it's really commendable. But once again, you need to understand, blind aggression is never the key, and I believe that Moneymakers, they have got a taste of it. VASISTA Esports have got a taste of it. You might have the best of the best assaulters, but going blindly and rushing on a team without having proper information will cost you the best, the worst nightmare you can have for yourself. But talking about that, the roster shuffles, talking about Spray God, talking about Joker, on the side of Moneymakers, talking about Zin, the new addition, and the emerging player for the side of VASISTA. That player has been doing really great, but I feel like, again, he needs more confidence when it comes down to those crucial fights.
Let me ask you this. If I give you your top picks for day 1, who are they?
Okay, so my first topic, it definitely has to be Saif. Then it has to be, I would go for Lobster. And the third one will be Zin.
Okay. So for me, in the top 2, all I'm going to be going is Zin and Lobster. Saif, yes, he is the one who's proven his mettle, but this was the end of day 1's performance. 6 matches done, and we will see what happens on day 2. But make sure you keep supporting your favorite teams, because day 2 can bring in a different storyline. For that, you stay tuned tomorrow when we come back live. This is going to be me, Lucifer, on behalf of Necros, as well as Ozora, signing out on day 1. See you tomorrow. Take care.